Good morning and welcome to the April 9th, 2019 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes, Supervisor Peters.
Here.
Frost.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, April 12th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please silence your electronic devices at this time.
Thank you. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, for your consent matters, items 1 through 49. I do have a title correction for item number 6. Adoption of the proposed conflict of interest code of the Sacramento Regional Public Safety Communication Center, doing business as Sacramento Regional Fire EMS Communication Center. And that's all my notes for today.
Thank you. Are there any questions? The board? Comments? Mr. Natoli.
If I could very quickly, just on item 32, my understanding is that with that AC overlay project, we can still make some final tweaks. We're looking at some neighborhoods that are included in District 5. So I just wanted to be clear on that, Mike. If we approve this today, that, again, recognizing obviously with the limitations of the funding that's available for any specified supervisory district, we can still take a look at that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Supervisor.
thanks. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Peters.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like the record to reflect I'm recusing myself on item 15 due to a potential conflict of interest.
Anybody else? Is there a motion?
I'd move the consent calendar. There's no speakers.
Chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present. Let the record reflect that Supervisor Peters recused from item 15. Item 50 is the presentation of resolution honoring Gwen Werda Morrissey upon the occasion of her retirement.
Is Scarlett Ong in? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Scarlett Ong, and I'm the Health Program Coordinator for Correctional Health Services Juvenile Program of the Department of Health Services. I'm delighted to be here today to honor Gwen Werda Morrissey's retirement after 25 years of dedicated service and commitment as a supervising registered nurse for our organization. Gwen brought in 15 years of clinical skills and knowledge from working as an intensive care unit and emergency room nurse from various area hospitals before dedicating 25 years of her nursing career to the County of Sacramento. This gave her an edge to successfully manage and influence younger and less experienced nurses, as well as motivate seasoned nurses to their highest potential in the detention and correctional facilities. She was nominated as an Employee of the Quarter within 6 months of county employment for developing new procedures to maximize efficiency of nursing personnel and improve the care of the inmate population. Over the years, she received 3 commendation letters from the sheriffs and her program manager for her calm and systematic approach to emergency situations, including a fire at the main jail and evacuating the medically vulnerable inmates during the flood in 1996 at the Rio Cosumnes Correctional Center. She endured several changes of management and administration, but she continued to be a team player and an agent of change. Aside from her duties as a supervising RN, she took on a task of developing and updating the medical and nursing policies and procedures for the youth detention facility in our preparation for national accreditation. Gwen also developed and kicked off emergency preparedness trainings and protocols, as well as education programs for the nursing staff, the youth in the detention facility, and custody staff as well. She also volunteered as a first responder in behalf of Sacramento County, providing medical care to the victims of the car fire in Redding, California. Gwen's innovative efforts and dedication contributed directly to the success of our program. Her commitment to personal and professional integrity is one of the driving factors for our staff to continue our pursuit and positively setting us apart from other programs. On behalf of our program, it is with great pride and admiration that we congratulate her on her retirement. We are sad to let her go, but today we celebrate her and her individual and collective contributions to our program's success. Ladies and gentlemen, Gwen Werda Morrissey. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank the board for this resolution. I have worked at Sacramento County for 25 years, and I've worked with some really fabulous people. I'd like to thank Pam Gandy. She's our program manager. She's been completely supportive and also encouraging me to make my own decisions, run the program the way that we want it run. Scarlett Ong has been absolutely fabulous, not only as a manager, but also as just a really good friend. I'd also like to thank Ben Santos. He's a new supervisor with us for the past year. And if he wasn't there, I would feel really uncomfortable leaving the program that I've worked with so long. But he's innovative, he's got a great management style, and so the program's going to be in really good hands. I'd also like to just thank the probation department. The program that they run at Juvenile Hall is amazing. When I first started working with the county, there were about 350 kids in Juvenile Hall. There are now about 110 to 140. And it's because of their innovative programs, their dedication, and their hard work working with these kids. Sacramento County is really lucky to have that program. And lastly, I'd like to just thank my family, my husband Rocky, my daughters Sarah and Rebecca, my son-in-law Kevin. They're always there to support me, and when things get crazy, they keep me sane, and when I lose my sense of humor, they make me laugh. So I'd really like to thank them, and thank you all. That's it. Thank you.
If I could, Gwen, before you step away, I just, obviously it's bittersweet in lots of ways, and there's some emotion here today. I thank you for your service, as we all do in the resolution, but just would note, I think, the work that goes on within our institutional framework, recognizing that not just by and large, but in all cases, the folks that are either in our care as wards and or in the adult system, they're not there by choice. Nonetheless, their health, their mental health, their physical health is very, very important. And I think the folks that come with the health background and certainly the skill set in nursing and in other support services are critical to their well-being while they're certainly in the care and custody of the county. But I think also, that that caring spirit that helps them in situations, obviously, that they find themselves in, and a lot of times they've made bad choices. But nonetheless, that's been very, very important to Gwen. And I know that as tough as those days can be sometimes, because of obviously the setting, it's a confined setting, but one where you're there to not only do a job, but hopefully to convey to folks that people do truly care about them, and both inside as well as outside the institutional setting. And obviously your colleagues think very highly of you. So I just want to thank you for your service and recognize the oftentimes it's kind of invisible to the general public. It's been a very, very important role you've played, and sort of your leadership and caring spirit have helped a lot of folks, some who you know, others that you may not know, just by the virtue of the fact that they were there and you were able to assist them in some way. So thank you so much. And I'm just curious, what are you going to do in retirement? You were kind of, the tears kind of tell us the fun part that you have planned. So
Travel. My first trip is going to be into Iceland in September. And then after that, we're just going to go wherever we can go.
Very good. All right. Well, great. Enjoy, and God bless you. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to take something out of order here. We already voted on item number 43, but afterwards came a speaker slip, so Sheila Boxley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As it turns out, we had a whole team of people who were circling around outside, and therefore I'll speak on their behalf as well. This is indeed Child Abuse Prevention Month, and it's a very important opportunity for us to raise awareness about child abuse and the fact that it can be effectively prevented. And I want to let you know that some of the folks behind me here, as well as some others whom I'm going to name, were part of a team of cross-disciplines that attended a summit a few months ago. The purpose being to begin the development of a comprehensive child abuse prevention plan for Sacramento County. Sacramento County was selected competitively to participate in this summit. There were 22 of the 58 counties who were ultimately invited to bring a team, and there were panels of experts as well as our illustrious team who spent the day and are now continuing to meet, and you can anticipate a plan from us in 2020. But I want to highlight the folks who were part of the team. Michelle Calles and Stephanie Biegler are the co-chairs. Olivia Cassiri, Julie Galello, Melissa Lloyd, Kendra Montgomery Black, Michelle Evans, Melissa Jacobs, Richard Dana, Rachel Rios. Did I say Melissa Lloyd? Yes. Okay. All right. I'm going down this list, sorry. As well as some newer additions to the team, and that's Natalie Woods Andrews from SCOE, Marlon Yarber, Ann Edwards, and it is facilitated by Office of Child Abuse Prevention and Strategies 2.0, which is a part of the Child Abuse Prevention Center. So we are very excited. This is a really momentous start, and we wanted to share that with you because I have to tell you that in my experience, I haven't seen people leave their other baggage and their needs and their money, locked away in a safe. It's a vibrant process and very inclusive, and it will be very inclusive of the whole community, not just the team that I mentioned to you. So we see that as a really important way to kick off this important recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. And thank you for everything everyone on that list does for this important topic. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Item 51 is the presentation of resolution recognizing Fair Housing Month in Sacramento County, April 2019.
Okay, I have one speaker slip I'm going to take before we do the presentation. That's Sean Dillon.
So good morning, Chair, Kennedy, and Supervisors. Fair housing is an ideal we should all celebrate. Unfortunately, for Sacramento County tenants, housing is anything but fair. High rents and eviction rates are displacing them from their communities, some into homelessness, and adversely affecting and disproportionately affecting immigrants, communities of color, and seniors, the very populations that the Fair Housing Act is here to protect. Our fundamental goal of government is to address and eliminate discrimination and to assure the rights of all persons to purchase or rent a home without regard to the source of income. Yet many Sacramento County families find their housing choices more limited each day as more landlords choose not to accept Section 8 vouchers. While other cities and counties, including Los Angeles County, have adopted ordinances specifically prohibiting this form of discrimination, Sacramento County still has not. making it still legal in our communities. As a goal of the highest order in its general plan, Sacramento County has established equal housing opportunity for all its residents. How can we have equal housing opportunity when we have a deficit of 70,000 affordable units? What is the plan to build out these units? What happened to an inclusive housing ordinance that was once the strongest in the nation? Sacramento County says that it can take pride in its long-standing commitment to fair housing. Does it also take pride in the fact that Sacramento County communities have some of the highest eviction rates in the state, North Highlands being number one? Does it take pride in the double-digit rent increases that Sacramento County families face year after year? Sacramento County is committed to continuing to identify and remove impediments to fair housing choices, a commitment that has thus far been manifested by silence and inaction as this body has chosen to hide behind the realtor and apartment associations rather than face Sacramento County families and hear the true reality of the rental housing crisis we face. Until we have a public hearing on the rental housing crisis and hear directly from affected families, until we develop a plan to build out our deficit of affordable housing units, until we take steps to prohibit Section 8 voucher discrimination, fair housing in Sacramento County will continue to remain as empty and hollow as this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, with that, morning, board and members of the audience. This year is the 51st anniversary of the Federal Fair Housing Act passed by Congress on April 11th, 1968. It is the goal of Sacramento County to provide equal housing opportunities for all residents and protect residents against discrimination. After the dissolution of the Regional Human Rights Fair Housing Commission in 2014, Sacramento County took the lead in restoring fair housing services by contracting with Sacramento Self-Help Housing to provide the Renters Helpline, a number that residents can call for fair housing education, landlord-tenant dispute mediation, and legal guidance. Shortly after the county entered into the first contract with Sacramento Self-Help Housing, several incorporated cities joined the county and contracted with Sacramento Self-Help Housing to expand the provision of the Renters Helpline. With that, I would like to welcome John Foley, the Executive Director of Sacramento Self-Help Housing, to accept this resolution.
Sure. First, my name is John Foley, Executive Director of Sacramento Self-Help Housing. Every year we do this. This is the first time someone has taken the opportunity from the audience to speak, and you know, what he said. It's a crisis out there. Folks call your office probably almost every day in terrible pain, not knowing if they can continue to maintain their residence. You refer them, hopefully, to the helpline, and we talk with them to explain, you know, what their rights are, what their possibilities are. Often we're able to help them to, you know, think through how to continue to stay where they are one way or another. Sometimes we have to help them relocate. They just can't afford that nice apartment anymore and have to step down to a not such nice place, and we help them find an okay place anyway. It's very stressful work. Our staff speaks many languages, and as you heard, that's one of the issues, is immigrant communities that really are stressed out by landlords who take advantage of them and leave them feeling vulnerable and helpless. It's possible to imagine a world where there's enough housing for everyone and it can be affordable, but we don't live in that world here in Sacramento. So we're appreciative that you support our work to at least be available to comfort people, to tell them their rights, and to help refer them to other housing if they have to move, or to potentially bring in an attorney. We have attorneys on staff if it looks like they really are being discriminated against, which does happen. That's particularly true for folks who are disabled. Very often, landlords won't make accommodations for people without a phone call from an attorney to remind them of their legal responsibility, and we can provide that. The county has taken the lead on this, and we very much appreciate your support through the years on this effort. Thank you.
Item 52 is the presentation of resolution proclaiming the week of April 4th through the 13th, 2019 as Creek Week in Sacramento County.
It's Ken Ballard here. There you go.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Kennedy, members of the board, and members of the audience. My name is Ken Ballard. I am the supervisor for the County of Sacramento Department of Water Resources Stormwater Quality Group. Thank you. And we are here today to recognize Sacramento Area Creeks Council for their outstanding commitment to our community, as well as the 29th Annual Creek Week. The Department of Water Resources is proud to be partnering with Sacramento Area Creeks Council to increase awareness about pollution prevention by encouraging our residents to keep our creeks clean and emphasize the benefits and value that creeks provide to our community and wildlife. Last year, more than 2,000 volunteers participated in Creek Week, cleaning 35 miles of creek, and in doing so removed 16 tons of garbage from our waterways. That's a tremendous effort, and it's those efforts that really help protect and preserve our waterways. Each year, Sacramento Area Creeks Council works hard to bring this event together and promote this event, and in doing so brings together a lot of different communities for this worthwhile event. I would like to quickly acknowledge Sacramento County Departments of Waste Management and Recycling, Regional Parks, and Department of Water Resources, Drainage Maintenance and Operations staff for assistance in this year's event. With that said, I'd like to call down Altatura, President of Sacramento Area Creeks Council, so she can discuss a little further about this year's event.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the resolution. Just a little bit of information about this year's Creek Week. In addition to cleaning man-made garbage out of the creeks, the goal, one of the main goals of Creek Week is to do outreach to the general public about the importance and value of our urban waterways. We have a beaver walk Wednesday evening along Steelhead Creek, and at the Sac Regional Plant there'll be an evening presentation about turtles. So that's also Wednesday evening, and we've had other activities this last weekend. We still have room for volunteers at some of the cleanup sites. The best way to register is to go to creekweek.net and click on the volunteer page and choose your site accordingly. So we so much appreciate the county's support. We have a group that will be working on Steelhead Creek Saturday morning, led by Dr. Roland Brady, and County Parks is supporting that cleanup also along the Cal Expo floodplain. So again, thank you very much for your support.
On behalf of the County Board of Supervisors, we want to express our thanks and appreciation to Altatura and the Sacramento Area Creeks Council for celebrating the 29th Annual Creek Week. We also want to thank all the present and past volunteers who donated their time and efforts to enhance and improve our local waterways. Your efforts are making a positive difference, and we'd like to thank county staff involved with the coordination, cleanup, and promotion of Creek Week. Now, if we could have everybody who's involved with Creek Week come down for a photo, that would be great. In the meantime, Alta, I'd like to present this resolution on behalf of the board. Thank you so much. Okay.
Item 53 is the presentation of resolution recognizing the 2018 Sacramento County Volunteers.
Okay, and before we start with that, we do have a speaker slip from Steve Garrett. Welcome, Mr. Public Defender.
I'm Steve Garrett, Public Defender. That slip was put in to speak on behalf of our volunteer for this.
He's not part of the program.
Oh,
this
okay.
is part of the program.
Okay, great.
I'll step back and we'll wait for that.
Okay. Then with that, would Dave Comachero come forward? Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Kennedy, fellow board supervisors. We're here today to recognize and acknowledge the time, labor, and generous altruism of the volunteers who lent support to county programs in 2018. And now, if you don't mind, I will unfortunately turn my back and address the crowd. Welcome, honored volunteers, families, and guests to the board's recognition of outstanding volunteers in the county for 2018. Just a few housekeeping details before we begin. We will have a professional photographer taking pictures of each one of the awarded volunteers or groups, so please be attentive of his presence. If you wish to take photographs, allow him the professional courtesy first. Second, if you did manage to park in our county parking lot, please make sure you leave out of the H Street exit. There are parking attendants there to assist you with that departure. That's the exit that faces the county admin building. And finally, there will be a reception in the lobby immediately following this, and then the board can resume normal business. And again, welcome. Do we have a presentation? This year, the county is recognizing 5 departments. Together, the county has utilized over 1,000 volunteers and interns in the prior calendar year. They donated over 260,000 hours. Now, this may be difficult to put a dollar value on their volunteer time and labor, but if we did have a volunteer equivalent wage, they would have contributed $7,658,750 of time and labor last year. And in recognition of that contribution to the county and the county's programs, we have a ceremonial check, which we would like to present to the entire board on behalf of their efforts.
Would the board please join me? Great accomplishment, however, it will be difficult to catch.
Good try. Cash deposit only. Okay, and with that, we will begin with the very first recognition department. This will be for the Child, Family, and Adult Services, and I'd like to call down Program Manager Catherine Johnson.
Hi, I'm Kathy Johnson. I'm the program manager for our Resource Family Approval Program, which is through CPS. And we are here to give recognition to Ray Wilson, our volunteer with our Resource Family Approval Program. He has donated over 2,000 hours in the last 4 years to both the Resource Family Approval Program and the Gifts from the Heart program. So he has assisted RFA with getting our binders ready for our classes, any type of clerical assistance we've needed. He has come and helped with a very happy face, and we're all really appreciative of him. He also has helped the Gifts from the Heart program in the warehouse, and that's helpful in getting gifts to our kids at Christmas time, as well as our seniors, and that's been a great help as well. One thing I didn't know until very recently, that he's also much busier than that. He is also tutoring kids, third graders, through San Juan Unified School District, and also volunteers at the Carmichael Library. So he's been a very busy guy. So I would really like to recognize Ray for his hard work, and thank you very much, Ray. Katrina, can you please come down too? Katrina is the supervisor for our clerical team, and so she gives Ray's duties.
And I'm talking with Gifts from the Heart. We love Ray.
Yeah. Step back. Okay.
First one's on. Show your.
Thanks, Ray.
I'd like to say one thing quickly. I'd like to thank the RSVP program, the Retired Senior Volunteer Program. The assistance that they've given me, as well as I'm sure some of the other volunteers, is greatly appreciated, and I think that they need a shout out too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, the Department of Health Services. I'd like to invite Deputy Director Sandy Damiano and Program Manager Amelia Schendel down. Thank you.
Good morning. We're delighted to be here today to honor a WIC volunteer. It's an excellent program. We are able to recruit a lot of volunteers. A lot of volunteers seek placement with WIC, and I have our WIC director here to give the award.
Thank you, Sandy. So I'm just really delighted and thrilled to be here to honor Ashley Wells, who has donated over 206 hours with the Primary Health WIC program. Ashley has a degree in anthropology with a special certification in medical anthropology and is planning to go to nursing school. When she came to WIC, we were just thrilled with her high level of intelligence and capability, responsibility. She always asking for, what else can I do? Very high level. And another thing that's really nice is that she's very culturally competent, and that's of immense value to the WIC program because we serve a large population of people that speak over 13 different languages and many different ethnicities. So that has been a really, really nice thing. She's very quick. She learned to perform WIC tasks very quickly. She's able to issue food benefits, also do hemoglobin screening with, we do finger prick and lab testing. She is quick to serve, is very positive, and so exceptional, in fact, that she's enabled us to become more efficient and improve the customer service experience. Always cheerful. When she comes in the morning, my staff are like, oh, Ashley's here, that's great. So as a result, we hired Ashley, and now she works for WIC as a nutrition assistant. So we hope she doesn't go to nursing school too quickly. But anyhow, we wish her the absolute best, and we're very pleased to honor Ashley with this award as the Outstanding Volunteer of the Year. Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah. I know.
So this is, Sherry's the site manager and Luba is the dietitian. Who works very closely with Ashley.
And I'm the volunteer coordinator for the department, Jerry Thompson.
You take a big step back. So that way everyone's fitting into the Keep going.
This is the only time of the year when part of my job is photobombing.
Thank you very much. The next award presentation will be from the Probation Department. I'd like to bring down Chief Lee Seal.
Thank you, and good morning. Thank you to the chair, members of the board, for having us for this very special event to honor so many people who make such an important contribution to Sacramento County. I'd like to first start by honoring Maria Ferguson. I'm going to have you come on down right now. We like to look at your beautiful smile. Like so many of our volunteers, Maria does fantastic work helping us to achieve our mission of providing assessment, treatment, supervision, support to our clients, opportunities for rehabilitation, growth, mentorship, assistance, sometimes just a person to talk to and a person to listen. This is Maria's second time being recognized as a volunteer. She works in our youth detention facility with some of the fantastic people up here in the corner. And I will say that Maria has what is undoubtedly the most important title in our entire department, and that is Grandma. And she really epitomizes everything that a grandma is and should be: someone who listens, supports, provides encouragement, a hug, whatever's needed for those kids inside who often come to us with so much trauma, so many challenges. I will say this, I spent some time with Grandma Ferguson maybe a couple years back, a year ago or so. And if you think that it's all smiles and let me just warn you, there's some toughness here, and you don't want to come to her expecting that she's going to tolerate any kind of nonsense. She holds mostly the boys, it seems, quite accountable, and they know that they're not going to get anything past you. So you, like so many people in our department, provide such important work, and on behalf of the entire County of Sacramento and the Probation Department, I want to thank you for everything that you've done.
All right, you're welcome.
Anything you'd like to say?
I just want to thank the Probation Department and my boys, like I call them. They really need our help. I mean, everybody, including the justice support. And I just want to say thanks to probation and thank foster grandparent for letting me be a part of the solution. Thank you.
Great.
I'll let him take a picture first. This is your department. Okay, take a look right here. There we go.
And secondly, we also want to recognize a group today. I think this is not just on behalf of the probation department, but this is really on behalf of the entire justice system. We're going to honor 6 mentors who provide all kinds of incredible and important essential services to our Veterans Treatment Court here in Sacramento County. If you're not familiar with our Veterans Treatment Court, it is a collaborative court. It was created in 2014. It only exists because people work together very well in this county. That's the district attorney's office, the public defender's office, the court, probation, often clinicians from behavioral health. The whole team comes together. We work as a group on behalf of veterans who are in the justice system, but really come to us with a complex myriad of things that they need in terms of treatment, support, services, things that we want to provide to help make them better. I would like to recognize the Honorable Judge Abbott, who's in the audience today. He's a veteran, and he comes to this job with just a great perspective, and I know that on behalf of everyone, people love working in the courtroom because of the example that he provides to everyone. I also want to take this opportunity before we recognize the group to call out Chris Carlson, who's with the DA's office. It really was Chris who in 2014 pushed this entire effort and created the this Veterans Treatment Court, and I don't think I'm ever going to have an opportunity to call out Chris Carlson again, so I don't want to pass this opportunity. He is awesome. Every probation officer loves Chris Carlson, so thank you to the DA's office. At this time, I'd like to invite down the mentors from the Veterans Treatment Court to come on down. We are joined here by Dale Rigglesworth, Bob Freeman, Les Bonham, Doug Mitten, and truly what they provide, they make a minimum commitment of a handful of hours to serve, but they really go far, far beyond those hours. They collectively have served over 100 veterans, these mentors, and really probably close to thousands of hours to the people who have given so much to our country, have given to our county, and now it is our duty to honor and serve them by giving back. So I want to thank these people standing behind me who provide such an essential service and help people who really need it to get back on their feet and to connect them with everything they need to do to be successful again. Before we pose for a photograph, I want to turn around and ask whether or not Dale or anyone wants to say anything on behalf of the group being honored today.
All right. I'll just quickly state on behalf of the mentors, thank you very much for this honor. It is very meaningful for us. Thanks.
Thank you. So if people want to come down and pose as a Veterans Treatment Court, we're joined today by not just people who work in the court, but many people who themselves are veterans. So it's really my pleasure and my honor to recognize the whole team today.
Yeah.
Here they come.
He's really efficient.
Okay, do you want to take your shot? Go ahead. Looks like there's a couple of them. Do one really quickly. There we go. Nice smiles. Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know.
This is other extras. There's 10.
Okay, great.
Thank you again for all your help. Next up, the public defender from the Public Defender's Office.
I want to thank the Honorable Chair and the members of the board for our opportunity here to address people. We're here in honor of the volunteers that we have, and we couldn't get the work done that we do without those volunteers. We have double-digit volunteers every year who are working in the courts alongside us, representing some of the most voiceless and sometimes difficult people you can imagine. And they come in and day out and put their hearts into that kind of work. And we could not survive without the kind of dedication we get from the interns. And we have interns who work both from the local law schools and throughout the state who come here and give us thousands of hours a year. And we also have undergraduates who help our investigations divisions, and we want to honor all of them. And we can never pick necessarily one person, but we had to here, and the person who we think rose to the top for us is Samantha Ting. And if Samantha, you could come down here, I just want to say a few words about Samantha. Samantha has been recently accepted an offer to work full-time, and she's in trial today, by the way. And one of the judges has given her permission to be here. Samantha worked for has volunteered in our office for over 2 years. When she was an undergraduate, she and her father were close, and her father taught her kindness, humor, joy of a good book. And at some point in her undergraduate life, she said, "Dad, I want to go to law school, and I think I want to be a public defender." And she followed that goal when she eventually got into law school. And she volunteered for our office from UC Davis Law School, King Hall, for 2 years, nearly 2,000 hours she put into it. After she passed the bar exam, she came back and volunteered full-time in our office before she got results, and even after she got results. And she supported herself by waiting tables. We think that's deserving of the honor that is given to all the volunteers that the county has. And in our office, we think that that's particularly important. On behalf of all of our volunteers, she will be accepting the award. She stands as a representative of everyone here. And we have some current and former volunteers. And I will say that we have quite a distinguished group of volunteers in our office, because 2 of them went on to become chief public defenders in other counties. So with that said, Samantha may have just a brief moment. She'll talk to you, and I want to thank everyone for the opportunity.
Thank you so much to the Board of Supervisors and the Public Defender's Office Administration for nominating me for this award. I am so honored to accept on behalf of all current and former Public Defender's Office interns. 2 of them are here in the audience with us today who have donated thousands of hours to the county, to the Public Defender's Office, and to the pursuit of justice. Thank you.
I believe this is the honor that's going to Samantha King. And we have other people here, if they could come down, if they want to join us for the photograph. So Chief Assistant Benson, Zawinski, Stephen Avis, and Gina Tennington, they're past volunteers in our office and current attorneys.
Thank you again. Finally, recognition from the Sheriff's Office. I'd like Chief Deputy Phil Brelgi to come down, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy, members of the board. Thank you for having me. I'm here to honor our volunteers this year. Have 2 awards. One is the Group Award, which is based out of our Centralized Investigations Division, which consists of our pawn and metal theft detail. As I call their names, if they could come up, it'd be great. The pawn detail volunteers have volunteered an incredible amount of time with our agency and assisted detectives, patrol officers, and ultimately the community in recovering a lot of stolen property. The group only consists of 4 people and collectively have donated approximately 2,600 hours of their time. Each member has dedicated themselves to making the community a more prosperous place to live, work, and play. And with that, I'd like to have Nina McMahon, who has donated over 16,000 hours in 11 years with our office. George Merchant, who's donated 7,500 hours. And has also been with us for 25 years. And separate award for him, which he was unable to attend the dinner, so we'll give him a little separate award for 25 years of service. Thank you very much. Joe Williams, almost 3,000 hours in 15 years. And Gerald Blaylock, a little over 5,000 hours and 15 years. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you. And let's get CID up here too. Some of the members, come on up and we'll get a photo.
So I'm going to move back. Here we go, right here, my camera. 3, 2, 1. Got
Got it, thank you.
Great.
George, I would like to get one maybe with you and Burrell too.
Sure.
For the 25 years.
Just one smidge back. There we go, perfect. Very nice, thank you so much. Right there, looks good. Thank you.
And you also get one of these.
And the last one is for an individual award. The Sacramento County Sheriff's Office Outstanding Individual Volunteer of 2018 is Clovis, better known as CJ Deaton. If you could come forward. Over the past 14 years, CJ has donated over 8,300 hours taking reports for the citizens of the Dewey Service Center, patrolling the community as one of the North's main volunteer patrol units, and for many years on the Volunteer and Partnership, better known as VIPS, as the board as treasurer. CJ consistently provides about 16 to 20 hours each week to the Sheriff's Office, the community, and the citizens. His efforts have made him a valuable component in the Sheriff's Office of providing service with concern. With the 8,300 hours, he's also been with us for 14 years.
Okay, and that concludes our recognition event. The county does want to extend its appreciation to all the volunteers, recognized and unrecognized, who put in time, labor, sweat, love to make the county of Sacramento a fantastic place to live, work, and play. We also wish to thank Supervisor Kennedy's staff for arranging support for this, General Services for arranging the parking support, the Sheriff's Office for professional photography, Chris Baker for creation of the ceremonial check, and the Department of Personnel Services for the event support. If you wish to volunteer, please consider it a wonderful opportunity. You can go to www.saccounty.net/volunteer, or you can call 916-875-4311 for your volunteer program of choice. Professional pictures can be available from Tanya Bailey, and now we'd like to adjourn and have some refreshments out in the lobby. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we do that, there are a couple of board members that have comments to make. So, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Dave Comanchero for his MC in the ceremony. How about a round of applause for Dave? And just would note, certainly, and I know that all my colleagues certainly join in congratulating the volunteers. We celebrate you. We celebrate your contributions, and certainly with great appreciation and gratitude for the services that you render on a daily basis in support of programming and service delivery to the 1.5 million people of Sacramento County. And I want to just say, too, that as it was noted by some of our department heads, that these services are essential. And when you look at the numbers, that nearly 1,350 volunteers, individual volunteers, and the hours donated, and obviously the value that's assigned to that, that's no small contribution, and each of you has given to this county and to its people in very, very special ways. And I guess I would like to say, too, that this year we have a smaller but a mighty core of folks that are being recognized. And I'd like to, I don't see him here in the audience, but certainly through our County Executive, Nav Gill, I think really emphasize to our county departments how important it is to say thank you. We had a half a dozen departments represented here this morning, but we have volunteers that are spread throughout this county geographically and certainly in the various functions. And I think it's really, really important for department personnel, certainly department heads, to recognize volunteers and to have them be here with us on an annual basis, those that are being recognized. And so I would hope that throughout this organization, because I know that through times both thick and thin, volunteers have stood side by side, shoulder to shoulder with our dedicated professionals in Sacramento County to help the people of this county. And I want to emphasize how important it is, and I think the expectation ought to be that departments, big and small in this county, recognize and participate in this ceremony, and certainly I'm sure it goes on throughout the year, in thanking our volunteers for their service to this community. So I would, again, just make that a kind of a call to action through the county executive that really emphasize with our departments how important it is to recognize volunteers, whatever their particular talent in giving of resources. But thank you to all those this morning, and thank you for your good work, and we appreciate it. Some of you folks, I hear how many thousands of hours. My God, that's a whole other career. So anyway, thanks so much.
Supervisor Frost.
I just want to thank all the volunteers. I'm so surprised at the numbers. Almost, over $250,000 in hours spent and over $7.6 million in time that we would have had to pay for. And I want to thank all of you for giving us a piece of your time and your compassion and your expertise and profession, whatever profession that is, and for helping to be a part of the solution and for helping us to expand, what limited resources we have so that we can do more with less. Because of you, we're better. So we thank you very much.
Okay, we do have refreshments in the lobby. We will take a short recess here. The board will reconvene at 10 minutes to 11.
Yeah. Hang on one second.
Call back to order the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisors Frost?
Here.
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
You have a quorum. Okay. For item 54, I do need a motion to continue this to June 4th, Affordable Housing Finances Resources.
I'll move to continue to June 4th.
Second.
Motion and second, please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present. And then we also have item 55. Are you ready for that?
Yes.
Okay. Item 55 are the resolutions of necessity authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property for Hazel Avenue Widening Project, Madison Avenue to Sunset Avenue, Phase 3. There are 5 properties, and we'll call each property out separately. And you also have to have separate motions on these. Property number 1 is A.D. Billick doing business as Preferred Financial Incorporated, located at 5308 Hazel Avenue.
Could I ask, so we're going to go through the listing of the properties twice then, once now and once for the motion?
I can read all of the properties, and then when you guys take your motion, however you want to do that.
That was what I was asking you before. I guess I wasn't
Okay. Second property is Nicholas R. Roch, of an unmarried man, located at 5141 Hazel Avenue. Third property is Gregory S. Lund, surviving joint tenant, located at 5016 Gerhardt Place. Property number 4, John G. Malcopine and Roxanne B. Malcopine, trustees of the John and Roxanne Malcopine Family Trust, located at 5022 Gerhardt Place. And the fifth property is Anna R. Fragoso, a single woman, located at 4921 Hazel Avenue.
Good morning. Chair Peters and members of the board, I'm Peter Hannon, Program Manager of Acquisitions for the Real Estate Division, and I'm here today to introduce this item, which recommends board approval for 5 resolutions of necessity, authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property interests for the Department of Transportation's Hazel Avenue Widening Project Phase 3, which runs Sunset Avenue to Madison Avenue. The project, Phase 3, involves the widening of Hazel Avenue from 4 to 6 lanes and the construction of new bicycle and pedestrian facilities with landscaping strips along Hazel Avenue from Sunset Avenue to Madison. The purpose of the project is to reduce congestion, establish a safer environment for all modes of transportation, and create a more attractive, functional, and publicly inviting corridor. Of the 33 acquisitions required for Phase 3 of the project, 5 properties are the subject of this board item. These remaining 5 properties are all located along Hazel Avenue in Fair Oaks, between Sunset Avenue to the south and Madison Avenue to the north. 4 of the properties feature residential improvements, and 1 property is vacant without any improvements. The real property interest the county seeks to acquire consists of various permanent public roadway, facilities, and utilities easements and temporary construction easements needed for the project across portions of the affected properties. The county obtained third-party appraisals for each of the affected properties from an independent appraiser and presented offers to the respective property owners for the purchase of the various easements I just mentioned. The county's negotiations with these remaining owners have reached an impasse. The county is thus unable to secure the necessary interests in the subject properties under the current circumstances. Today's resolutions of necessity and anticipated eminent domain actions will provide for possession of the required real property interests and construction of the project while the county proceeds to acquire easements through eminent domain if necessary. Information to support the required statutory resolution of necessity findings is contained within the staff report included with the agenda packet, along with owner contact histories. Notice of intention to seek approval of the resolutions of necessity were mailed to the respective owners by registered mail and standard U.S. mail at least 15 days before this hearing. If you have any questions regarding the project or any of the properties in questions, I or other project team members currently present are available to address those questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. We may have questions, but in the meantime, I'm going to call the 3 members of the public that have signed up to speak. Ryan Ivanusich.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed resolution. I'm Ryan Ivanusich, and I'm appearing on behalf of Anna Fragoso, who is the owner of property located at 4921 Hazel Avenue. I want to make it clear that we do not oppose the project itself and agree that it serves a great public good. However, we're extremely concerned that the project will severely impact Ms. Fragoso's health. We therefore request that the county acquire her entire property, not just a portion thereof. Any other action would contradict the policies contained in the noise element of the county's general plan. I want to focus on 2 aspects of policy number 9 in the noise element, which addresses transportation projects. First, it states that in no case, with no case being underlined, shall the long-term noise exposure for non-industrial uses be greater than 75 decibels. I want to emphasize that the term in no case is one of only a few terms in the noise element that are underlined. This shows the importance that this board has placed on preventing noise above this level. Second, the noise element requires feasible methods of reducing noise when there is a significant increase in noise. Here, the noise study report prepared for this project shows that the noise exposure at the property will exceed 75 decibels. The county has declared that this level is unacceptable and has the potential to cause hearing loss. There is also a 3 decibel increase at the property, which is twice the amount that is considered to be significant in the noise element. The use of feasible methods to reduce noise are therefore required. In Ms. Fragoso's case, there are no feasible methods. The county has already admitted that a noise barrier won't be effective at this property. Because there are no feasible methods to reduce noise, the only acceptable alternative is to acquire her entire property. It's important to note that the noise element was approved and adopted by this board. It is a set of county policies with the express purpose of protecting its citizens from excessive noise. The noise element recognizes that noise in the community has been characterized as a health problem. Not only does it cause hearing impairment, it contributes to stress and interferes with activities such as sleep, speech, and recreation. It is stated that when noise increases, the acceptability of environment for people decreases. I noticed that my time may have run.
If you could get close to wrapping up.
Okay, I'm close. So in Ms. Fragoso's case, the project's going to increase noise to a point where her home is no longer an acceptable environment for her to live. And I just lastly want to touch on the fact that there is some dispute as to whether the noise study took into account the use of rubberized asphalt when modeling the projected noise levels. It's our opinion that it does. The noise study states that rubberized asphalt will be used, so it would not make sense to not factor this in when predicting noise levels. There is nothing in the record suggesting otherwise, and therefore it cannot be assumed. A generalized statement that rubberized asphalt can reduce noise by 4 decibels is not sufficient. There is no indication that it actually will increase the noise by 4 decibels, and since the project will use rubberized asphalt, a third model should have been included in the noise study addressing its impact.
If you can wrap up, Mr.
I will.
Thank you.
So just lastly, when determining the reasonableness of a noise abatement measure, common sense must be applied in the individual circumstances that each receptor should be considered. It would lack common sense to project noise levels without factoring in the use of rubberized asphalt, and there is no indication that its benefits were considered each individual receptor. So we just request that you look into acquiring her entire property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Natoli, do you want to question now?
Yeah, I want to ask Mr. Vanish if I could. Ryan, read your letter on behalf of Ms. Fragoso and certainly your testimony consistent with what was in the letter. I don't have an exhibit, though, that shows how close the right-of-way takes would bring it to the house, and I guess the essential element here is the driveway opening and the inability to close that from a practical standpoint, even if you sound well. But what would be the remaining distance from, say, front of house to the wide Hazel Avenue with all the PUEs and sidewalk and sound wall in there? How close would it pick to the house?
I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head, and I don't think I have that information.
Yeah, because there's no exhibit that shows in any of this that shows.
I'm sure DOT staff would be prepared to answer that question.
Okay. I just want to get some sense about that because this is we've had this discussion in other roadways, that have been widened, including Bradshaw Road some years ago. Is the driveway immediately then adjacent? It runs into the garage. Is that?
Yeah, it goes straight from Hazel into the garage.
Right to the garage.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Ms. Peters.
Yeah, could I ask DOT staff to come forward with an exhibit and explain the, thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Your testimony, and show us where the house and the driveway are and Hazel, and talk about the noise and the rubberized asphalt.
Yes, so I'll start off with the exhibit. There's going to be
Speak into the microphone, please.
I'm sorry. Chair Kennedy, members of the board, Steve White, Department of Transportation. The exhibit you see here shows Ms. Fragoso's property, and we'll have a setback of approximately 36 feet from the back of sidewalk to the front of her home when the project is complete. It is worth noting that the number 3 lane, the outside through lane, moves about 2 to 3 feet closer to her home in the after condition. And then should I respond to some of what was Mr. Ryan's?
If you have the information.
Yeah, I have a little bit of information. I guess we would respectfully disagree.
I don't think we have to go through an entire testimony.
No, I would just say
the high points.
I would say we respectfully disagree with his assertion that we're violating the noise element of the general plan. Our noise study was put together by Paul Ballard with Ballard Acoustical. He's an expert in this field. We're actually going to be bringing him back on retainer as we move forward with proceedings on the Fregoso property, but we did consult with Mr. Ballard, and I'll try to make it as simple as possible what he told us. Essentially, the general plan states that noise created by new transportation noise sources shall not exceed 60 to 65 decibels in the outdoor activity areas of residential uses. So the statement that it will be 75 decibels at the front of the house, that is correct, but the noise element speaks to long-term exposure being in outdoor activity areas, which would be the back of the home, which is at 61 decibels, and therefore we're still in compliance with the noise element. And with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions.
I'm sure you'll work out the rest of it in negotiations.
Yeah, we'll continue to
forward.
work with Ms. Fregoso and her attorney, and if they have their own acoustical expert, we're happy to discuss things with him and with Mr. Ballard, and if there's new information, we would certainly entertain that.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory Lund.
Good afternoon, chairs, board of directors. Please excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I get a little flustered speaking in front of.
We're very friendly.
Okay. First off, I'm the owner of 5016 Gerhart Place, which my single residence backs up to Hazel. We currently have a 8-foot sound wall that is part of our property that the county is planning to acquire along with the easements. My main issue with this meeting today has been the fact that the time constraints that have been put onto us for this portion of the project has been somewhat unreasonable. We have been given the appraisal back in March, end of March, May, beginning of June, and we have been trying to work with the county. There have been some discrepancies that we feel on the appraisal where either the property was not valued properly for fair market value, or it was just simply omitted. Speaking with the county, going back and forth, trying to get information from the county is a very long, tedious process. Sometimes you're waiting a month, 2 to 3 weeks between each reply. So you compound that by 10 or 15 inquiries, you end up at 6-7 months worth of time just trying to get all your information somewhat in a row before you can hire another appraiser to then get what you feel is fair market value for your property being taken. At this time, we're simply at 8 months. I'm not sure what the timeline is regarding going from first point of contact to eminent domain, but I feel that 8 months on a 15-year project is very, very short. We just haven't had enough time trying to hire an appraiser that is certified by the county, that is willing to deal with an appraisal for us personally, that does not have a conflict of interest with the county, is proving to be very, very difficult. We have been through numerous, at least 8 on my side, that have either flat out refused or have said that they have a conflict of interest and will not do it. So it's something that's difficult for us to do in ourselves without having to move forward into a legal process, which is where we are right now. So I'd like to respectfully ask to have the motion for this meeting, or for the RON to be pushed at least a few months further back so that we can try to resolve this issue without having to go to eminent domain.
Thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. I'm going to ask them to respond to your comments.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, just I have submitted. I believe this last night was my 4th personal counter offer, and all 4 have been within an hour rejected.
Okay.
So there has been no back and forth from the county.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like there was a lot of discussion starting in August last year, and my question is having to do with the timeline, as Mr. Lund mentioned, and the constraints.
I can offer a bit of information. The first written offer based on the county's appraisal by a third party was presented to Mr. Lund on July 23, 2018. So that was when the first offer was sent out via mail. We include a copy of the appraisal that the county receives included in that package. In addition, there is a form. Owners of properties are entitled to get their own third-party appraisal, as Mr. Lund was indicating, and the county is to reimburse them for that. And so we present a form and information on that form that links to additional appraisers that they can choose from. In a specific case with Mr. Lund, we understood that this was an issue. We provided the county's list of appraisers that we use as a effort to, in good faith, to get that information out there. And as a result, it looks like Mr. Lund has been unsuccessful in engaging with those appraisers, but they are available, to him in the.
Okay, so the list you sent was not a list he had to choose from. It was just some suggestions.
Something to augment.
Okay.
He can choose his own appraiser so long as they're licensed.
What's the procedure then if the homeowner wants to get an appraisal but is unable to hire someone?
Well, in absence of an appraisal, coming back from the owner's side of the table, I mean, that's we don't provide that for them.
And then he made a couple comments about non-responsiveness. Can you address those?
I would not categorize non-responsiveness. I think that some of the questions that we have been presented in real estate regarding the sound study, there was some elevations, and in fact the survey crew from DOT went out to measure the elevation recently of Mr. Lund's home to specifically address his comments regarding the height of the sound wall as it affects his property. His property sits a little bit higher than the other properties surrounding him by a foot or two. So I would not categorize no response. I think that is not simply the case. There is some time taken to assemble some of the items that Mr. Lund has required, and we present those in a timely fashion.
Okay, so you will, if we were to go ahead with this today, you will continue to have conversations with him about his valuation and his
absolutely, and
comments
in
about
fact,
the sound wall.
Mr. Lund alluded to the fact that we just received, well, he sent it yesterday evening, but we received it in our office this morning. Again, his counter proposal, so we'll take a look at that and work with him.
So this is not the last time he'll have an opportunity to speak to county representatives?
No. During the resolution necessity process, even if we're going forward, it does not preclude continued negotiations and timely resolution of these matters. So we always make efforts, stridently after the resolution necessity is approved to go ahead and work a solution out. So we will continue to do that.
Thank you.
Resident Tolley.
Yeah, just a question for real estate. I understand that the process as it relates to having the ability to get an appraiser, but I think it's a bit of a dilemma. And again, obviously, it's still up to the property owner to make the honest effort to obtain an independent appraisal. But if they're unable to, because either there's conflict of interest or folks, if the marketplace is such that people aren't interested in doing that, what happens? So what if you get into the court on this and there's honest attempts to be made and they can demonstrate that? Again, it's not so much a legal question, is there no other way through a third party that, we have a list that we use, and I can understand somebody's potential discomfort with that, although I wouldn't want to question anybody's professional credentials. But with the clock running, that's the one thing about this, is that once we set this into motion with a resolution of necessity, then it goes into the courts. Obviously, negotiations can go on. I'm very familiar with that. I guess what I want to know, though, is that if it's not within the ability of the property owner with the $5,000 allowance to get an appraiser or get somebody that they have confidence in, what happens? Then they're unable to present that. You're not able to, from the perspective of real estate, to then have that independently verified information to at least have a part of your body of consideration. So what happens? I mean, again, I can't recall that we've had this issue presented to us in all the years I've been on this board where somebody said they can't find an appraiser. Now, again, that's a relationship between them and whoever they would hire.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, we do continue to negotiate with property owners. In certain cases, they are not represented by an attorney. They do not have their own independent appraisal that they have, paid for, contracted for, and we can continue to negotiate with them. I think at this point, we're basically at an impasse on value. If we're moving closer potentially, but at this point, we're just in an impasse on value. And so that just will remain. I mean, we usually would like to have some sort of affirmation from a third party, an appraiser, to, reaffirm the owner's position, and then we can work from there.
Is there not a process whereby that the county and the property owner, if they're unable to get an appraiser on their own, that you could agree to a third-party appraisal that the two parties could agree to, and that's still paid for under the allowance?
Yeah, certainly. So long as the appraiser is licensed in the state of California, I mean, we're able to reimburse for that appraisal that they would provide. So our list in general, the county's list of appraisers, is generally geared towards, valuation of easements under the threat of eminent domain. So it's kind of a more specific list attuned to our purposes as a county. But these are people who are professional and well-versed in these issues. And so in an effort of good faith, we provide this on occasion to owners so they can work from that list.
I get that, but if the appraisers themselves come back and say they have a conflict of interest, again, that's a little bit puzzling to me that we give them a list where folks have a conflict of interest. That means either they're doing business for the county and or have other business and don't want to jeopardize their standing. And so
it could be categorized potentially that they're not willing to accept.
I see Keith coming forward. Maybe Keith's done a lot of these. So.
Good morning, Deputy County Counsel Keith Floyd. Supervisor Natoli, in answer to your question, in all the years I've been doing eminent domain, I've never encountered a situation thus far with the county or any of the related agencies or districts where a property owner could not find an appraiser because of appraisers saying they had a conflict of interest. I believe there are certain appraisers out there that would certainly give that response because they do work with the county and they would feel that would be inappropriate for them to give a valuation opinion on a particular project. But there are a lot of appraisers out there. I don't know how many this property owners talked to in this instance.
He said 8 is what he said.
I can probably come up with some others.
Okay.
Certainly attorneys are able, that represent property owners, are able to come up with appraisers that don't have conflicts of interest. As far as the $5,000 amount, that's a statutory cap that's put on there, and it's actually relatively recent. I think it was within about the last 10 years that the legislature put that in there, that a requirement that allows property owners to be reimbursed up to $5,000. What I've seen in the last about 10 years is that generally an appraiser will take on that initial assignment for the $5,000. They're not going to do as much as they would do necessarily going forward. If it gets to litigation and trial, there would be more work involved. But for the initial counteroffer appraisal, $5,000 pretty much does it. And the only issue that we've experienced is with appraisers wondering how they're going to get reimbursed, whether that comes directly through the county or the property owner pays it and then they get reimbursed that way. So that hasn't been a problem that we've experienced, and if it is in this instance, I think that probably we could again come up with a few other people that could do the work. An owner can give their opinion as well up to trial, and when that has happened, it's been because it's the owner's choice. The owner's opinion is given as much weight that the jury wants to give it, up to the same level that they would give to an expert. And but again, that's only happened where the owner decided that they wanted to give their opinion in lieu of having an expert, or they gave their opinion, their own valuation opinion, in addition to the expert's opinion. So that's happened as well.
Okay, that helps. Thanks, Keith.
John McAlpine.
Good morning, the board.
Morning, sir.
Board of Directors. I live next door to Greg, actually, so I was going to talk about basically the same thing we just got done discussing here, which was the appraisals. My wife has personally called 15 appraisers that are on the list and or that she found elsewhere. Not one of them will do this job.
Have they given you a reason?
Yeah, and I can connect the dots. It's pretty.
Yeah. Help me connect the dots.
So, the way I look at it is if they would do their job and they provide a real value, then they're probably not going to get work again at the county.
That's not true.
Then why would they not want to get $5,000?
Is that the end of your comments?
No.
Okay.
No. I just wanted to bring that up because it's I've been there for, what is it now? 23 years. Known about this project since day one. Been to all the meetings, whatnot. It's pretty emotional, you know, whenever you get values that are kind of just thrown back in your face. And I can do simple math. You know, like for instance, the current wall, which is mine, is 800 square feet. I've seen what the contractor who's built walls all the way down the street so far has charged the county on a per square foot basis to build that wall. And in my case, it's close to 30 grand. But that's not even taken into account. So I don't want to get into all the numbers, but that's kind of where this is going. So if an appraiser wants to do their job and they'll get paid $5,000 to do their job, then they would offer a decent appraisal of all the considerations. That's really what I'm here to talk about, and it looks like I'm over time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, John.
Steve? Sorry.
Chair Kennedy, members of the board, Steve White, Department of Transportation. I've been on the Hazel project for, well, I had hair when it started. We've acquired properties from over 130 property owners out there, and I can definitely understand where Mr. Lund is coming from. Everybody understands we need this project, but if it's in your backyard or in your front yard, it's stressful, it's emotional. We understand that, and we're committed to working with property owners. We have some flexibility on wall heights, and we're going to continue to work with Mr. Lund and the McAlpines on that. There's some disagreement over valuation. I'm pretty confident that we've had other appraisers up and down Hazel Avenue who have worked for property owners who have come back and done work for the county. And in some cases, they've come back with appraisals that have been significantly higher than what the county's appraisal was. So, you know, we have reputable appraisers in the area who will take this work, and maybe we just need to get the right names to the McAlpines and the Lunds.
What's your theory on why some of them are turning down work, if you have a theory?
It is a little odd. I'd be curious to know who's turned it down, because we've had this case very often where appraisals will work for property owners and on another project they'll work for the county. If they've done work for the county on this project already, then that's a different story, and that may be what's happening here.
Maybe you could verify that list that you're sending, that they have not worked on this project. That sounds like...
Yeah, that's an easy check for us to do. And again, they don't have to stick with our list. They can use anybody who's properly credentialed.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this doesn't end here today. Our construction schedule, we're supposed to be back before the board in December for approval to advertise. Work would begin next spring, a year from now. We're going to continue to work with these property owners and try to reach settlement, and we've succeeded 130 other times on Hazel Avenue. And, you know, I can't say with certainty that we're going to reach agreement with the McAlpines and the Lunds, but we are committed to do our best to reach an agreement and to treat them fairly.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have from the public. Back to the board.
I'm going to move the recommendation of staff. I realize we have some property owners who are unhappy. It's not, this has been is this the third phase of Hazel Avenue? So we have had these conversations with other property owners. Some of them have gone to court, but the settlements have always been successful in the end. And so you have more opportunity in the next couple months to come to agreement on what the amount of the settlement is. So that and this, Mr. White will look at the appraiser list and make sure that there's at least several that have not worked on this project, given that there's 120 properties that have already been through the eminent domain action. That means there are a lot of appraisers who've been used, so maybe the list. But again, you're welcome to use your own appraiser too. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, if the clerk would explain what the next steps are.
Okay, so I'll read each property, and then you guys will make a motion and a second and vote. Okay. So for property 1, A.D. Billig, doing business as Preferred Financial, located at 5308 Hazel Avenue.
Move it.
We have a motion. Chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present. Property 2, Nicholas R. Roche, a unmarried man, located at 5141 Hazel Avenue.
Move it.
Chair seconds.
Unanimous vote. Property 3 is Gregory S. Lund, surviving joint tenant, located at 5016 Gerhardt Place.
Move the item.
Chair will second, but Supervisor Natoli has a question.
Yeah, just on these next three, because this does require unanimous vote here today. It requires 4/5 vote on eminent domain. I'm prepared to support them, and I think certainly Supervisor Peters has, I think, hit on at least one of those areas. And part of my questioning was here, again, recognizing this has had multiple phases over many, many years. And one thing that I feel very strongly about, and I have confidence certainly in Mr. Floyd and our real estate division, is that obviously they represent the interests of the county, but that we take into consideration and due consideration landowners, property owners who have, and I think Steve, you said it, or Keith said it, front yards, backyards, and we have this project that we've defined the public necessity around. But I want to be sure that folks have the ability to be fairly represented. And that is part of my questioning this morning. And I think that with the information been put out here on the record, certainly Ms. Fregoso is represented by council, but the other two parties are representing themselves, that they have the ability within the marketplace to go out and to, hopefully make a choice, if that's what they choose to do, of an appraiser that will, again, fairly represent them, either with the county negotiations and or if they end up in court. And I know a lot of it comes around settlement of value, but there are things that sometimes may not have the same valuation that relate to trees, shrubbery, hedges, landscaping, whatever it might be. And I think that those are important points. I know they're not lost on county staff. Again, we've done enough projects, certainly in the district I represent, where we've had to work through those, and I have confidence, certainly my colleague, Ms. Peters, in the event that they get a snag on one of these. But I would just say that I'm prepared to support this today, but my expectation is that we come back in December, that, long before that, hopefully we'll find settlement. And again, just valuation, that's one thing, but valuation does have behind it those things I just cited and others. And so hopefully we'll help them to find the appraisers and, a pool of appraisers that they can choose from that will allow them to be fairly represented. So that's my comments. Thanks.
I think the key point being made is that today's not the last bite at the apple for anybody who has issues and concerns, that there's more opportunities for negotiations and discussions. So please vote.
Unanimous vote. Property number 4, John G. McAlpine and Roxanne B. McAlpine, trustees of the John and Roxanne McAlpine Family Trust at 5022 Gerhardt Place.
Move the item.
Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And property number 5, Anna R. Fregoso, a single woman located at 4921 Hazel Avenue.
Move the item.
Chair will second. Please vote.
And that concludes, unanimous vote, or Ms. Peters?
Oh, it must not,
Right.
I hit yes, but it didn't turn color, I guess.
Please vote.
There we go, unanimous vote, and that concludes this item.
Okay, thank you.
For the board, may I ask just one question before?
If it's a quick question, you may come forward.
Again?
But I'll have you know, I'm probably going to divert you over to staff with your questions.
Well, I was just curious, I mentioned it before earlier, but what is normally the time frame from the first point of contact to this? This has been, we all know a very long process.
I understand the question, but you're not going to get an answer from the board members, I can tell you
So
that.
the board members...
I'll ask you to meet with staff and discuss it with staff, who will have that answer for you.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr.
Okay, Supervisor Natoli has a question regarding an item that was on consent, number 20.
Yes,
Can
thank you,
read
Mr.
that,
Chair.
please?
And maybe the clerk can read that into the...
Sure. Item 20 is the authority to accept funding from and execute a revenue agreement with the California Department of Social Services in the amount of $263,640 for the Home Safe program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the ability to revisit this before we leave session today. And I want to just say I had a chance to speak with the chair, but also with Bruce Wagstaff, and I'll ask him in just a moment to weigh in. But I wanted to call attention to this item, certainly supportive of receipt of the grant, and requires a match on our part. But this is an outgrowth, as board members may recall, in budget deliberations last year, I had asked about the ability to look for a second safe house or additional safe house beds for particularly seniors, elderly who are subject to abuse and neglect. We have only 6 beds, which are well utilized. In fact, we have a waiting queue for the use of those current beds at the safe house, the one we have in this county, which serves a tremendously important purpose. And after I had read this, and again, my oversight on my part not to call it out when we were taking the consent calendar earlier this morning, is that the way this money was applied for, it goes to homeless folks in large part, and we received half of what we asked for. But if I recall correctly, when this issue was raised by the supervisor, it said, well, we're applying for this money, we'll come back and visit the safe house and so forth. And this doesn't provide for a safe house, and in fact, it still leaves out, I believe, a segment of our population, of our adult population, who through APS are identified as being either subject to neglect and or abuse and need the safe house services. This will provide important services. It provides navigation, and then also folks who may be homeless, paying costs for utilities in arrears and other short-term rental assistance. But that's not the population that, at least in my mind, that I was talking to, and I think hopefully others understood that. And so this doesn't go to that question. I guess that's the point I want to make. The question of a safe house and the need for those beds, which was clearly delineated. Again, it may compete with other priorities in the county. I wanted to have that conversation. This was used as being the backdrop for seeing what we would get. We've got the money, that's great, that's going to help. It's less than what we expected, but it doesn't go to that question. So Bruce, maybe you can help out with this, because this doesn't address the need for additional safe house beds and housing. So.
Thank you, Supervisor. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. You're right, this grant is being utilized for those who are adult protective service clients who are at risk of homelessness, which I think we'll all agree is a critical need. Absolutely. And it's also the way the program was set up at the state level. But suffice to say that this is not the sole effort that we have here as it relates to looking at adult protective services, which of course by its nature is for those seniors who are subject to either physical or financial or other types of abuse. So we are, I can assure the board and Supervisor Natoli that staff are actively looking at this issue. I see APS as a very important program. My experience is that at the state level, too frequently, it's not gotten the attention, frankly, that I wish it had. But in our case, we are looking at this carefully. to explore what options we might be able to pursue. And we've been, for example, in touch with the other counties to look at what approaches they take that might suggest some options. We are looking at the safe house and as you requested, Supervisor, looking at the possibilities within our budget discussions for what we might be able to do with that. And as we come back to the board with our budget discussions, you'll hear more about that. But this is an important program. This is just a part of it. This addresses those who are at risk of being homeless, which I know we agree is we don't want to see happen.
Right.
But it doesn't end the conversation, and we'll keep you apprised of our effort.
And I think to your question that you were asking, when we applied for this, we were hoping that there was some other monies we could get. We didn't get all the money. As Bruce said, we're going to continue looking at it, continue the work. One of the things that when we did the board retreat, one of the things that we did bring up was the overall APS that we're going to be looking at through the year. So the question is not sunsetted for us. This is an opportunity for us to get this revenue to use for the homeless component. As Bruce said, we're going to continue looking at it and what other options we have.
And I appreciate that in both comments by Mr. Wagstaff and Mr. Gill, but I just, again, I want to be sure that, and to your point, it didn't satisfy the question, at least in my mind, nor in yours, it sounds like, either. And again, this is a good program. This will help, and it'll help provide services to those in need. I'm glad we've got it again, but we're having to match this money dollar for dollar. And so I guess the concern that I have is in doing that, then does that take away the capacity to look at the safe house component, which, you know, there was, because we're matching this, if I understand.
If I may, Nav and Supervisor, if you note in the board report, we're meeting that match to an in-kind effort.
Okay.
We're not having to provide extra cash to meet that match. And so we've identified, for example, the expenses we have with the safe house and other things we're doing for APS to meet our state matching requirements. So that doesn't take off the table our discussions about other options.
Okay.
But I think if there is concern, Supervisor Natoli, we can, as Bruce said, that's the point I was going to make, this is in kind. We do believe in it. But as we continue discussing this, we can look at this money in a different way then. We can not pursue this, even the in kind. I mean, that's the option in front of the board. We believe strongly that there is a component. We've had a lot of discussion about homeless, and part of the homeless conversation we've had is that it does leave some segments out. And we've had testimony in these chambers, and the kids get overlooked when we talk about homeless. And the other one that we heard was that the adults are getting into the homeless situation. So we feel pretty strong that we feel that this will be a positive for that. And the recommendation that we brought forward was not in any shape or form supposed to indicate that we're not looking at the safe house.
Okay.
We were not putting our funds, but we did feel strong that if we have adults that are at that point in their life that they do not have any services to get, and if they end up at the street, that's not an outcome that anyone wants at this point.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting we not receive the money. In fact, you had board endorsed making the application. I support it. Obviously, the board has this morning in the consent calendar. It's a good thing. It's just, I wanted to make sure we keep the focus on, there's another segment of the adult protective services in our adult population. They're subject to neglect and abuse that need to have the safe house services or something complementary to that. So
that's always been understood by us and by the department.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Are Horacio Zamora or Sharita Adams here? Thank you. Then we have one speaker off agenda, Felisa Clark.
This is me.
And Ms. Clark, you'll have 2 minutes, and you can see the time clock on both sides of the dais here.
I'll try to make it quick, although it's not issues that could be resolved in 2 minutes. I've been calling your guys' board, each one of you members, one by one. All of your guys' secretaries refuse to put you guys on the phone. You guys individually, and I'm assuming collectively, are refusing to meet with me. My issues are with the Children's Receiving Home. My issues are with the fact that Susan Anderson, who is the ombudsman for Sacramento County, reports back to the head of CPS. For her to be investigating the very people, for her to answer back to the people that she set to investigate, I mean, that it's no wonder why there's so much corruption within the system. For me to take my evidence to City Hall, to the California State Legislator's office and for these individuals to sit down and meet with me and look at stuff that Susan Peters has refused to look at. I have over 200 emails where I've emailed you personally. You don't reply to the emails. You have a message that says you could leave an email, a voicemail of any length, and you'll reply. When I call, your secretary won't set meetings. So, I mean, my issue is with that. And then in my particular case with my issues with CPS, I could prove the CPS worker sexually exploited and authorized drug use for my daughter. You've been attached into every email. You've been attached where I took screenshots of the text messages. And for you guys personally to just transfer her to Vacaville, and your ombudsman tells me this. So when I say you personally, I do mean it directly to you. It's personal. Your ombudsman said Susan Thompson was transferred to another CPS agency. Yet I hold text messages where I'm arguing with her because she's saying it's okay for my daughter to spend the night with her boyfriend and walk around with hickeys. And my daughter might as well smoke all the weed she can before she goes to Job Corps. It's like, this is not an isolated incident. And I just want to know, where does the board stand? I went to City Hall, and when I try to address him, he said I have to come here. And when I go to the California Legislator's office and to like my City Hall, King Cooley's office, they say it's a civil matter, that it's ultimately a civil matter.
Ms.
And
Clark,
it's
your
an
time is
ironclad
up.
one.
If you could wrap up.
Yeah, I see the time blinking.
If you could wrap up.
At the end of the day, where do y'all stand with it? How do I get a meeting with you? Is who is the head of this board? And who's ultimately responsible for CPS in Sacramento County? Because when I could lose my child for giving her a bar of soap in her mouth, and then she gets raped under your care, custody, and control,
thank you.
I think that's serious. I understand I got to wrap up. I got 47 seconds. And for you to keep
No, it's
telling
actually
me,
over 47
oh, it's over.
seconds,
Okay,
yes.
well, how do I meet with y'all? Where do y'all stand? Because when I call your people, they say if I lived in your district, Natoli, you would meet with me.
You realize that we cannot get into a dialogue back and forth on something that's not on the agenda. So you have the right to speak, and staff is listening and will follow up to the degree that they can, but your time
So what
is-
does
your
that
ti-
mean,
your
follow
time-
up to the degree?
Your time is up, and we can't discuss it with you from the dais because it's
So
not on
can
the
you
agenda.
set a meeting with me here? Because calling your guys' office
Thank
is
you very-
impossible
thank
to
you.
get a meeting.
Thank you.
So that's it. I just come here and voice my concern and get ignored.
You're not ignored, ma'am. Thank you very much.
So then how do I set a meeting with you?
Thank you, ma'am.
There's nobody here from the county for you to direct me to talk to. It's just thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
We can't discuss items. that
I
are not on
understand
the
you can't
agenda.
discuss
We
it.
heard, and if there's
So
follow-up
who
to be
do I
made,
contact
follow-up
next?
Follow-up will take place if there's follow-up to happen. So thank you very much.
So there's no one for me to reach out to. How do I personally get a meeting with you, Susan Peters? There's no way.
Would the clerk? Let's entertain appointments at this point.
That would be item 63.
You don't see me, Susan Peters. I promise you will see me in civil court. Because just like Michelle Cayetes got served,
Ma'am.
you will get served in civil court papers.
Thank you,
Right
ma'am.
along with a subpoena. You can send your person to stand in place of you, but what the judge has assured me is if I personally subpoena you to come testify,
Ma'am.
you can't evade that.
Ma'am, thank you.
So you did a good job today. Y'all truly don't care.
Thank
My
you.
daughter got raped.
Thank you,
My
ma'am.
12-year-old daughter got raped. I'm a person. I'm a mom.
Thank you.
For you guys to not care, that's crazy. It's literally crazy.
If we could get to appointments, please.
You are continuing to April 23rd, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. You are continuing to May 14th, the Children's Coalition, Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, and Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council. For your first item, Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Frost.
Please appoint Brian Richter to the vacant seat and continue the remainder to May 14.
Elk Grove Consumnes Cemetery District, Supervisor Natoli.
I don't have my stuff down here, but I believe it's Chevy.
Yes, I do
Yeah.
have your notes.
Yes, yes.
And it looks like they're recommending that you're going to appoint
Chevy.
Lema.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, nominate.
And there's 2 seats, so do you want to continue the remainder?
Yeah, continue on. Yeah, yes, I've got a couple of folks that are interested in applying, but.
Would you like to continue to May 21st?
Or May 14th, May 21st, whatever's
Okay.
fine. That'd be fine.
We'll continue to May 14th. Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Frost. Okay. Or, excuse me, Supervisor Peters.
Continue to April 23rd, please.
Okay. Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, District 1 nominates Sheila Ellis.
Okay. North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Kennedy.
Please continue District 1's vacancy to May 21st.
Supervisor Peters.
Continue to May 21st, please.
Sacramento County Mental Health Board, Supervisor Kennedy.
I don't
Oh,
think
no, I'm sorry. This would be Supervisor Frost.
Appoint Mia Vivone, please.
And then Supervisor Natoli,
I'll
on your
continue
notes,
mine.
we're going to continue to May 14th.
Yes, please.
Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission, Supervisor Natoli, we have a note
May
to
14th.
continue
Yes,
14th. Got it.
Got a couple of folks in there.
That concludes your nominations.
Okay, with that, all the business of the morning is complete. We will recess to closed session and be back at 2 o'clock. Call back to order the meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll to reestablish a quorum?
Supervisors Frost. Here. Natoli.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
You have a quorum. Item 56 is the fiscal year 2019-20 5-year capital improvement plan review and referral to the County Planning Commission for project consistency with the general plan.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Lisa Randall with the Office of the County Executive. Before you today is the draft 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2019-20 through fiscal year 2023-24. This year's
And you are?
Lisa Randall with the Office of the County Executive.
Thank you.
This year's 5-year CIP includes 345 projects and a proposed funding of approximately $1.2 billion, overseen by 6 departments. Those departments are airports, general services, regional parks, transportation, waste management and recycling, and water resources. Beginning in fiscal year 2019-20, the Department of Technology will be presenting their technology improvement plan separately, which you will see later at today's meeting. Of the 345 projects in the CIP, there are 75 new projects added, which represent approximately 22% of the 5-year CIP. The CIP also includes needed projects that are currently unfunded for the Departments of General Services, libraries, and regional parks. There are 118 unfunded projects totaling approximately $145.3 million that will require funding in order to move forward. Cost estimates will be included in the final CIP to be approved by the board in June. Upon your approval today, the Office of the County Executive will forward the CIP to the Planning Commission for review of the projects for consistency with the county's general plan. The CIP will then be brought back to the board for approval as part of the fiscal year 2019-20 recommended budget process. We have representatives here from each of the departments should you have any project-related questions for the CIP. Thank you.
Any questions of the board?
Mr.
Yes, Supervisor Natoli.
I guess Mrs. Frost punched up first, so if you want.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. You sure? Okay. Yeah, if I could, I wanted to talk to the Parks CIP budget. And I guess my question is that in the budget over the next 5 years is just only 4 projects, of which one is money that's been set aside already, the McFarland Ranch Phase 1. And I guess what I see here from standpoint of the CIP is everything's in the unfunded, even without, most of them with unidentified costs. And if this is our whole program for the next 5 years for county regional parks, I think it's sorely deficient. And so I guess my question is that what sort of level of consideration is either before the Parks Commission, before our parks staff, and if this is it, this is pitiful. My comment. So I guess if somebody wants to come forward and talk to how this might get vetted out further, but if this is all we project for 5 years, and with all, and we've identified funding for basically 3 projects. The McFarland Ranch was money that was set aside through neighborhood funding that was available through District 5. So all we have is American River Bikeway trail improvements, campus commons fencing, and the balance in Horseshoe Lake restoration, which we receive grant funds for. So we have very little county dollars in here. So I guess my question is that when do we have a chance to talk about some of these priorities and how they might get funded beyond just the normal budgeting process? So I guess I'll look to you, Rob, maybe Liz or somebody, but this is really, bare bones, and there's nothing here to really talk about.
I don't disagree with you, Supervisor Natoli. These projects are listed here as projects that have identified funding sources during this 5-year CIP process. As you referenced, there is a significant project list of what we call unfunded projects. And as I recall, there are over, I don't have it in front of me, but there are over 20 projects that are on that list. And as funding may become available from any variety of sources, including grants, or relationships with third parties or other sources, the unfunded projects can come onto the CIP list. This is just reflective of projects that have known sources of funding at this point in time.
Rob, I guess to the maybe a little finer point too, the $4 million in bike trail improvements, that's Measure A. $1 million a year goes there. So what I read here is that there is almost non-existent general fund contribution contemplated over the next 5 years to parks projects. That is either totally grant reliant or a funding source that was dedicated through a voter enacted measure and or grants. There's no general fund contribution to the CIP. And I find that as a board member, on behalf of all of our constituencies, that's tough to stomach because basically it says it doesn't compete at all in the county priority listing when I see tens and hundreds of millions of dollars of projects, some which get county general fund in other categories, and county parks gets basically zero. And again, that's a conversation, I'm not going to direct a conversation for this board to have, because as I look at the priorities here, regional parks is getting little or no general fund contemplated over the next 5 years. And before I'm willing to pass on this, let's come back to this in the budget context. We need to have some conversation about that, and maybe the Recreation and Park Commission can bring that forward, park staff, but this is clearly, in my view, deficient. If that's the only commitment we have is just either Measure A and or grant funds, and nothing else goes into it from the general fund.
Yeah, there is
walked in right
general fund commitment is, as you will see as we get into budget hearings, is committed to parks operations and maintenance, separate and apart from the capital projects here. So when you talk about general fund investment into the county regional park system, it is there on the operations and maintenance side. You are correct, however, on the capital improvement project side, in terms of discretionary revenues of the county or county general fund money, it is not, there is not a reflection of that in the CIP as it's presented.
And the CIP isn't just for something new that somebody wants. It's for restroom restoration. It's for fixing up facilities that have wear and tear. No matter how well maintained they are, they have a life cycle. I mean, that's talked throughout this document, every county building, every county facility. And, we just came through a fairly decent budget period. We may be encountering a little rougher go in the years ahead. But again, for us to say that, nothing besides general operations and maintenance and grant funding or dedicated source of Measure A, that's all parks gets.
Part of this could be a presentation issue too for us. What you see here is commitment of 100,000 and above. A lot of those examples that you have, if you have restrooms and other things, there is general fund commitment that we have that are below 100,000. And by the time we get into the budget presentation, I have Liz and Rob sit down with you and go over where those commitments are. You are correct in saying that that has been an issue for us as general fund money, not only just in parks, but a lot of the other county departments. We don't have the funds to put in there. That is something we struggle with on a yearly basis on how to bring money in. But we can present you a little bit better description on some of those improvements we need to do.
And I appreciate that, Nav, and certainly, Rob, your response as well. I guess as we go into budget deliberations, and we obviously do that annually, and there's items that come before us on a regular basis during the course of a year. But when I think about libraries and parks and roads, and and we talk about general fund, which are discretionary dollars that are in great demand, obviously much more demand than they are available in any given year. It seems to me, from the standpoint, though, of the general population of this county, of the 1.5 million residents, all walks of life, all ages, that this board needs to have a pretty robust discussion about that, because some of the other things that are obviously embedded in here, embodied in here, some come through legislation and litigation, but when it comes to jails and some of the other things that just get millions and millions and millions of dollars, and I'm not exaggerating, and some of those on an annual basis. And when I see what goes to our parks and to our libraries, our roads, and again, it's not because anything this board doesn't want to do, but I think we need to have the conversation, because otherwise that money will forever and all time be siloed off in those areas. They always get the first call, and then whatever scraps are left over, not because you designed it that way or we've designed it that way, but I think we need to have that conversation, because the general public needs to know. Because the things that get handed on down from high, from legislation, or things that get litigated, and then choices that we're given to make, it's reflected in this CIP very clearly for all the assets that this county holds in trust for all the people of this county. And that's the one reaction. Again, it's a general reaction. I don't want to overstate it, but I don't think I am. That, unless we have a discussion and make some determination here that we want to set aside some of those dollars beyond the operations and maintenance, but actually to build facilities and then be able to maintain them, that's a challenge as well, then it's never going to happen, because it won't happen in this book, I can tell you that much. If what I read here and my knowledge of the budgets over the last couple decades. So
no, that's correct. Yeah.
And that's a challenge. And again, I guess I want to beyond. I don't want to belabor today, but I want to have the conversation this next budget cycle in light of everything else, because it means those choices are made when you recommend budgets to us, because you've had direction, you have this document. If we adopt this document, then this is your marching orders. But if we say we want a different priority out of this document, then you have to build that into your consideration when you bring it forward for our consideration in future budget cycles. And so I guess I make the point, Mr. Chair, because as I read this, it's not a whole lot different than other years, but it's very stark to me that what goes into those things I think really benefit the general population versus those things that go to specialized segments of some of the responsibilities we have as a county. Thanks.
I think Supervisor Peters had a question relating to parks, so I was going to let her go first.
Thank you. I may not be remembering correctly, but I thought on parks, particularly at one point in time when it came to CIP, we had an aspirational list on here too. So we started collecting projects in an official capacity. For instance, the Ansel Hoffman fencing and road.
Those are
not on
unfunded.
Here.
They're in the unfunded section.
That's the list.
I haven't seen the unfunded.
It's in the back. It's the big section in the back for parks.
I think parks has.
I've
they
got
have
5
the most
pages
amount.
in parks.
Yeah, go. It's in the back. It's in the unfunded. It's go behind all the.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess okay. Well, I'll get back there then and look at it. So these are projects that the staff has decided need to be funded, or on the funded list.
The way we view that is we collect all the projects and from input from different sectors that come in, and what does not get fitted to be funded, if we had the funds, that's the list that we will go to start pulling projects to start funding. They're not prioritized, they're just listed, but those are projects that we know at that moment that we have to do in the future.
Well, in the list in the back, it doesn't have any. I think it'd be helpful to know how many years it's been on the list.
Sure.
Okay. And
that'll be telling, but you're right.
Perhaps some estimate of what the costs are.
Sure.
So if we were to get some money, we, what did you call it, scraps? We might be able to fund a scrap.
That's correct. That's why that list is there. If we get scraps, we'll go to that.
Yeah, but you can't tell whether these are
No,
$500
understood,
million
yeah.
projects or 5,000.
Got it.
That used to be listed. You used to give an estimated cost.
Yeah, there was an estimate. It escapes me why we don't have it, but we'll correct that going forward.
Yes.
And I guess I'd like to see that it is added to the section on parks, not in the back. I don't know why you can't have a funded and unfunded in that section. So that if there's someone from outside the county that is looking at this list, they don't have to guess.
Okay, well-
They would know how to find it.
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Frost.
My question's relating to unfunded also, and I think I just want to understand the library. I never got a feedback on, when I first came the first year, library was listed in the SIP along with all the library projects. The next year, library was in unfunded, but it listed that there was an extra 200 or 300,000 plus 5 million in bond money that was already approved that could be pulled down. This is the third year, and now the bond money is no longer there. And I'm wondering if it feels like, I know I'm not saying we want to do that, but if someone came and said, I want to give you 15 million and all you need is a couple more million, Sue, that might be something we do. And if it's not there, if it disappeared over years, then I'm just curious to know where it's going.
So Kristen Yates, Office of the County Executive. So this is the first production document from a new budget system. And so first of all, the estimates that we had for parks in the past, the estimates that we had in the unfunded section didn't get compiled correctly, which is why we'll make sure that it's included in June, and we can provide it to you prior to that if you'd like. As far as the Orangeville Library, there is $5 million in FAF money sitting aside that should have been included here as per your request last year, and do the compilation. That's why it's not here, but we'll make sure it is. So you can see that the $295,000 that we've already spent to date, the $5 million that's been reserved for you for that library, and then any additional funding, it'll all be included in this unfunded page.
Thank you.
Okay.
Questions?
Okay, then.
Go ahead.
I would like to split this into two motions if I could, and if the clerk would put up the slide. So I want to adopt the recommended CIP project list, but exclude from adoption the projects that are listed on this slide.
So are we adopting this, or are we just approving this and sending this forward to the commission for future adoption by this board?
It's going to the County Planning Commission for project consistency with general plan, and it will come back in the budget.
Okay, so what the action is?
Is to send it on to the County Planning Commission.
Okay, that's all we're doing right now, forwarding,
Correct.
so, okay.
And you have absolute ability in June to move projects around what we need to do.
Thanks, okay.
Unanimous vote.
I need another board member to. Okay, first and a second.
Okay, first and second. Motion by the chair, second by Supervisor Frost.
And the motion passes with Supervisor Peters recusing. Item 57 is the fiscal year 2019 25-year technology improvement plan for review and approval.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Rami Zachariah, the County Chief Information Officer.
The 2019-20 Technology Improvement Plan has 5 projects on them, 3 of which are continuing projects from prior years. Those projects are replacing the county budget development system, implementing a new county clerk recorder and cashiering system, and the sheriff department's implementing a new jail management system. Those projects are progressing, and we expect completion, successful completion for those projects in the fiscal year 2019-2020. We also have 2 new projects added to the list. One of them is the county SAP ERP system. This is our financial and human resources system. It's due for a hardware upgrade that we do about every 7 or 8 years. And also we're working with the voting, with VRE to replace the vote by mail ballot processing infrastructure as well too. Those projects are also scheduled to start. Actually the vote by mail, it already started. I think you will see a report to the board in the next few weeks. The county SAP infrastructure upgrade is already in progress. Those are the projects that we have scheduled for next fiscal year. We have one unfunded project that continues to be our tax system. This is an area of great concern to all of us here in the county. The challenge is the system is going to be very expensive, and also there are no viable solutions out on the market as of yet. We're keeping an eye on the market, and if things change, and working with the county executive's office to find budget for that system replacement. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. So the upgrades in the IT area, those are in large part funded by the contributions by all of the departments that get assessed a certain portion of their annual budgets to provide, assuming they receive support from those systems. Is that how that works?
Correct. For the most part, we work with the departments in partnership to replace those systems. They work with the county executive office to secure funding for those projects.
So do they get money from the fixed asset fund, or is it just is the annual 2% for all the overhead that gets or roughly whatever that number is?
I don't believe that they come from the fixed asset financing.
So then it's a 2% surcharge on all county departments?
It's whatever the surcharge is. It's not a fixed 2%, is it? There's not. Surcharge. There's no surcharge on it.
So okay, well then tell me then.
So what we do is we charge direct allocation or indirect allocation to the departments that use it, and there's a charge that they're levied that gets remitted to technology, and that's how they use to fund these.
And so, in essence, though, there are general fund dollars that go into this, correct?
Correct.
Because general fund departments buy into this either through indirect or direct allocation.
Depending on what the system is,
right.
And if it's a general fund department as non-general funds too, so everybody, like a budget system, that impacts general fund, non-general fund.
Right.
Criminal justice will be more targeted as general fund, but it's departments within the criminal justice system.
Is there a way to break out a number so we can see how much general fund via the annual budgets that are departmental assigned, that money then flows back through for these particular projects?
I think we can do that.
Okay, yeah. I'm curious in light of the last conversation, Rami. It's not so much about whether these are needed or not. And I know that's how we've traditionally financed these. And I would concur that, having an assessment system and tax collection system that functions properly in this day and age is going to be pretty critical for the transactional aspects of county finance.
Beyond that piece, as Rami indicated, some counties have gotten into replacing, and then they found out the technology they were buying was not helping. So this is a huge challenge. It's not only the monetary piece, it's the technology behind that's not being developed.
So, and I guess just one other question on that particular point. How far away are we, do you think, either from a solution and or from really beginning to hit the wall, so to speak, when it comes to the capabilities of the current system and its support within the the software framework and so forth? So are we critical right now, or is it just we're in a situation where it's needed?
I think we're in a stable position right now. The infrastructure for our mainframe has been upgraded. It's functioning. But this is not a solution that we could look at to stay in for the next 10 years or so.
Okay.
Again, like Nav said, if there was a credible solution out there, we would be pursuing it. But as of right now, I know several counties are trying, but there is nothing that has made it successfully to production yet.
Okay, so
At a pretty high-level conversation we have with the county, other CAOs or county exec, if somebody does come up with a solution that everybody is happy, we're all willing to participate. It's just that solution is not coming forth at this point.
Okay, but we're not in a critical situation to hear what Rami says. 'Cause
No, I don't see us at risk of producing our tax bills or anything, at least for the foreseeable future.
And so our mainframe and all the software that goes behind it, it's all still supportable?
It is supportable, and we have staff that work on it. It's just, again, I think from a longevity point of view, I'm looking into the future.
It's aging, yeah.
Yeah, this is not a system that we want to stay with.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Unanimous vote with those members present. Item 58 is the amendments to the bylaws of the Lock Management Association.
Chair Kennedy, members of the board, Rob Leonard, Deputy County Executive. In April of 2003, the Board of Supervisors at the time took a series of actions that were necessary to align the real property underneath the structures in the town of Locke, located in the Sacramento Delta, with the structures that rested on that property. At that same time, the action of the board created two different organizations, the Lock Management Association and the Lock Foundation. The purpose of the Lock Management Association was to essentially own, manage, and maintain the common areas in the town of Locke, the parking lots, garden area, and walking easements, and to levy and collect monthly assessments to take care of the assets that I just mentioned, along with liability insurance. The purpose of the Locke Foundation, which was also created at that point in time, was to serve as a fundraising and marketing and promotion organization, recognizing the historical identity of the town of Locke and to provide resources for its future. On that, with that action in April of 2003, the bylaws were established for those two bodies, for the Locke Foundation and the Lock Management Association. The composition for those bodies was established at the time, along with the structure for modification for those bylaws, if at some point in the future, those bodies, along with those that they represent, saw fit to make modifications to those bylaws. The protocol for modification of those bylaws included certain triggers that would see actions necessary to be considered by the Board of Supervisors if they were looking to make changes in those respective bodies. For example, change in composition of the Board of Directors for either organization would require an action of the Board of Supervisors. And so in February of 2019, the Board of Supervisors was presented with proposed revised bylaws for each of those bodies, the Locke Foundation and the Lock Management Association, which were generated by those bodies themselves, engaging with the property owners of Locke as defined in the bylaws for those bodies. On that date in April of this year, the Board of Supervisors did approve the Lock Foundation bylaws. And
February.
In February of this year, the board did approve the proposed bylaw changes for the Lock Foundation, and then directed that county staff conduct a poll for to gain insight as to the Locke community, the property owners, position regarding their agreement with the proposed bylaws to the Lock Management Association bylaws. And that poll was conducted, and I'll walk you through the results of that in just a moment. I did want to circle back to a key point as reflected in the bylaws. When there are changes proposed to the Board of Supervisors, in essence, the board has to consider those bylaw changes as proposed, in that the Board of Supervisors cannot unilaterally change or direct changes to the bylaws as proposed. It's in essence an approval or a denial of the bylaw changes as presented by the respective body. And so again, on February 5th of 2019, the board approved the proposed bylaw changes as submitted by the Locke Foundation, and then requested that county staff conduct a poll regarding the position of Locke property owners on the bylaw changes that were proposed by the Locke Management Association. And so I'm going to share with you the results of the poll that we did conduct, and then recommend that the board ask Russell Olmus, the chair of the Locke Management Association, to come forward and describe the process that the Locke Management Association pursued to develop those bylaws along with the changes themselves. And so the results of the poll question, it was a single question that we proposed to the property owners in the town of Locke. Do you agree with the proposed revisions to the Locke Management or LMA bylaws? Circle yes or no. And so a poll was sent to, this question was sent, certified mail, return receipt, to 49 property owners in the town of Locke. The recipients were identified through collaboration by clerk of the board staff with the assessor's office, and then also correlating with the Locke Management Association with their records. So there were 49 recipients. The poll was sent, single sheet poll with that question I mentioned, which is included as an attachment to the report. 49 were sent certified mail return receipt. There were 4 of the 49 were not signed for or received and came back to the clerk's office, bringing us down to 45. At the time that the board report that's being presented to you today went final, there were 5 that were signed for but not received by the deadline date of March 15th, 2019. And of those that were received, 23 responded with a yes, that they agreed with the proposed changes to the Locke Management Association bylaws, and 16 said no, they did not agree. Then we did receive 2 responses after the March 15th deadline. One of them was able to reflect in the report, and that was a yes vote, bringing the total yes votes to 24. And then there was another response received since the report was published and went final, and that was a no vote. So essentially the final numbers were 24 responding yes and 17 responding no. And so that summarizes the response. And again, that question was, do you agree with the proposed revisions to the LMI bylaws? 24 yes, 17 no. In preparation for the meeting today, notices of the meeting were posted at the Locke Boarding House bulletin board in the community of Locke, and also down at the Walnut Grove Library. And then hard copies of the board material were also delivered to each of those locations.
When was that posted? When was the posting?
Flo?
I believe it was April the 5th. Let me just double check.
Okay, so more than 72 hours ago.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. And then when the board materials for today's meeting became public, hard copies were provided to at each of those locations for individuals to pick up. This is the same protocol that we followed with each of the hearings as we proceeded through this process. And then also on that meeting notice, there was a link provided for anybody that wanted to access the material online. And so that concludes my presentation, and would suggest that perhaps the board ask Russell Ohms to talk about the process that the Lock Management Association went through to develop these proposed bylaws, and then also the changes themselves.
Oh, he's got somebody coming up, he said.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you asking me? No, go ahead.
Yeah.
But I do have members of the public that are scheduled to speak, so it's important if they want to take comments before or after voting.
Here to public comment.
Okay, my name is Russell Ohms. I am the current chairman by default of the Lock Management Association. I bring with me the information that was provided for everyone in town. It was disseminated by the Lock Boarding House where we all meet, and it was there for anyone to take, and I'm sure that the notifications the county did were over the top. So pretty simple. The changes, we're changing the membership from 13 to 9 to make the board make it easier for people to show up. With a 13-member board, it was always difficult getting people to show up. And the other thing is that the county is losing their seat, and we're taking away 2 seats of from the Chinese cultural organizations, and we're taking away the state park seats. None of those seats have been filled in, I think, 4 or 5 years, some 6 or 7. So we've been working with a 13-member board, but only 9 people actually are seated. So we've worked there. So that's about it. We will now, I understand, I did not know this, we did not know this, that we would not be under the Brown Act. We thought we were going to, even after these changes, the Brown Act would still apply. So now we're going under Davis-Sterling. And I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's a very onerous, very complicated, accountable system. So we are more accountable. And again, we're a volunteer, unpaid, yet still liable for fines, and we hold ourselves accountable to the members of the LMA, which are the building owners. The reason I think there are 53 separate buildings, and every building has a vote. So some people own 5 buildings, so they get 5 votes. That was the way it was set up. So I do and I don't look forward to being under the Davis-Sterling. I hope to have a seminar with an accountable firm to come down and teach us Davis-Sterling. One thing to note, 13 years ago when the board set us up, we were given bylaws, CC&Rs, that were written by a committee of 8 or 10 people that met for a year. Don, you were a part of that committee. But after that, we had no direction. No one told us about Robert's Rules of Order. We didn't even know what the Brown Act was until 5 or 6 years later. And the early chairman ran it. The meetings, as I said, would last 6, 7 hours with people screaming and hollering, and there was no formality to the meeting. So that's what we've done. We've come up to speed. We run it very efficiently. And there's another thing is there's a lot of misinformation out there that no one comes to us to speak. And I wish that they would talk to the principals, to the directors, but they don't. They don't come to the meetings. They don't come, a lot of people. But a lot of people do, and we've learned that they're in agreement and they support us. And I think that's why the vote went the way it did, because people who agree don't talk, and the people that do don't, they do. So any questions?
Questions?
At this juncture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Lisa, and I'm afraid I can't read your name. Is it Kirk? Thank you.
So I've been a business owner in Locke for 13 years. I'm the one that wrote the district attorney about the Brown Act because they weren't following it. I don't attend meetings because they've never understood the Brown Act, and nobody has ever enforced it, so I gave up a long time ago. Before you today, I am asking that you retain a county-appointed person. For 13 years, I've hoped that someone would fix the sidewalks. Instead, we got involved with lawsuits. It is vital that you keep a county-appointed person on this board because they don't understand or know what to do. They've said that to you 1,000 times. The sidewalks are essential. If this becomes a homeowners association, no one is going to give them money to repair the sidewalks. Right now, you've had taxpayers pay for the county lawyers to tell them how to get out of what you created into a private homeowners association. That's bizarre. You need to keep the seat. Also, in the article, I think it's Article 12, the memberships, even if they go to Davis Sterling, those members that pay this assessment don't even get to vote on the amended changes. That poll you sent it out to people that don't pay the assessments. There are 3 business owners, women business owners in Locke, that didn't get that poll. We don't own property. We have no say. But you didn't even, if you want, make them go back to their membership and get a real vote of these changes to the amendments. And I would suggest they change, I think it's Article 12, that would let their membership vote on these changes. Guys, that didn't even happen. Polling, you have people paying money each month, for them to do something, and it's not being done, like the sidewalks, some of the common area problems. We don't really know. Plus, you gave them $60,000 in seed money. If they're going to go to a private ownership, ask that they pay it back. If your intent is to make them a homeowners association, which they are a common interest development / public entity at this point, if they're going to go back to private, make them pay back that money.
Ms. Kirk, could you wrap up, please?
All right. So, I'm just asking you to keep account, even if you do it for one more year, and at least we can look at a sidewalk project. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Mendel?
Yes, hi. I am current secretary of the Management Association, the board of directors, and I'm a resident and a property owner. And I see I have a few residents, neighbors here today. I'm glad they showed up today. I'm disappointed that they haven't showed up to any meetings. The board of directors, we've really worked hard on, looking at our bylaws. And, honestly, it was after the county asked us to in conjunction with the foundation's changes. So we've done the best we can, and we really appreciate all the work that Rob's office did, the volumes of paper that have been distributed throughout the county and locally. A lot of work's been put into it. I'd just like to address some of the issues that I'll expect to be brought up maybe by some people who've showed up today, which is oversight, maintenance, and lawsuits. And it's really unfortunate that we have been short of funds because one person continues to sue us, continues to sue the association as a whole, and attacking individual directors. And that's really most unfortunate. It's just been holding back community progress. I do see a light at the end of that tunnel. And so that is connected to maintenance. And a lot of maintenance has been done by volunteers because we just haven't had the funds to keep up with maintenance issues. So I expect with the lawsuits over soon, cross my fingers, that maintenance will pick up. And oversight, I do believe, if I'm understanding what the county has been informing us, and June Powell-Mays has said that Brown Act will not be relevant, but Davis Sterling will be, that we will have many, many onerous laws to follow. And we look forward to that. And if the board decides that our changes are not sufficient or incorrect, then I would hope that you'd come up with some other answers, because we're open.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Esch?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you so much for hearing me. However, Mr. Leonard, I brought to your office yesterday an objection, and I wrote an objection on my public forum of any discussion of this matter, asking that you table it because it is a Brown Act violation. And I informed you, Mr. Leonard, and I informed the people in the lobby in Mr. Natoli's office yesterday that no posting has been made publicly on the board in Locke for this meeting. I have a photograph I took yesterday at 4 p.m. If you'd like to see it, I could show it to you, of the posting board, still showing the February 5th posting for the meeting that was in this room on February 5th. No posting has been made for this meeting. It is a Brown Act violation. There should be no discussion had. But since you're taking everybody's discussions and it's already Brown Act violations, let's keep going. Could you please show this on your screen for me? There are 26 voters in the general membership of Locke Management Association. 26 voters. There are oh, I'm sorry, thank you. There's a big math problem here. There's 26 or 25 members, 26 now, I believe. But 53 polls, according to your staff report. Mr. Leonard, you said there were only 49 polls that were sent out, and then another 4. It was confusing on your staff report, page 3 of your staff report. Anyway, even if there were only 49 polls sent out, there's only 38 assessed properties in Locke. Some of them are not assessed, and don't pay any property taxes. The State Park Museum doesn't pay it pays 0 in property taxes and has 0 assessment, has no vote on Locke Management Association matters. Mr. Chu's 3 museums have no assessment tied to them, so there should be no votes for those 3 either. We can't figure out who got 28 extra polls or 14 extra polls if you count parcels. Perhaps now your list, mailing list shows that nine parcels on the mailing list are for Common Ground of Locke Management Association. Who got those votes? Who got to cast ballots in my name and in my neighbor's name? Was it Ms. Mendel and Mr. Ooms? Because we know how they want to vote. They want to privatize and to have free run and no oversight whatsoever. We ask that
Can you wrap
this
up?
board, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Please do not change the bylaws as proposed to you today. Do not change them. It'll throw us all under the bus.
Thank you. That's the last public comment.
No, there's more people in here in Locke that.
Well, I have no more more cards that have been turned in, man.
Well, maybe they didn't know.
Well,
Mr.
if anybody would
Morales
like
and
to, if
Mr.
anybody would
Howard.
like, ma'am, please, if anybody would like to speak, please fill out a card, and I'm more than happy to entertain you at the dais or at the podium. And if you could fill out a card afterwards and give it to the clerk for the record, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
My name is Ning Ho, Ninghou, and I've been living in Locke for 23 years with my wife, Patricia Conway. And we moved in there in 1990 for a long time. And the reason I usually don't go to the meeting since 2003. And I found out the association there, Locke Association and Locke Foundation, doing a lot of things, make all the neighbors not very happy, and I'm not very happy. Recently, they removed my fence The fence belonged to the founder of the town, Ping Li, and his family. They are the original founder of Locke. And the garden space I've been using very often because I don't know, you can investigate. I am a world-renowned artist, and my favorite subject is irises. They've been stolen, dig my irises out, take all off my fence, and also they didn't do any improvement. And I think they spent a lot of money for our association fee to sue the individual person, and that person was a female. And I think Locke, if we continue without a supervisor from county, I think it will be in danger. And I don't want a Locke looks like a Texas Waco. And I think that there's a bunch of white supremacist people there. And I'm very angry with that because I'm working for present governor and lieutenant governor for past 11 years. And I never raised about those questions to the governors. And in the Capitol used to be all my painting to represent the United States. And I hate to say it, I was a renowned #1 artist in the world, and they just burning my backyard, basically. I have no supply, so my gardens are lost, and I don't know what to say. I only want to say 3 things. I want a county to involved with supervisor. I don't think that a lot of people there has ability to lead the town, to unite everybody. And I know it used to be Chinatown, but don't have to be Chinatown.
If you could make your final 2 points.
Okay, 3 points. #1 point, we need a supervisor from county.
Okay.
And #2, I write down here, only 3 points. #2 is I never had a chance to choose the leader for either association leader by my wishes, and I never had a ballot to vote.
Okay.
#3 is I really deny, like Masa said, deny bylaw, and that means we have Locke is not just a Chinatown. Locke is belong to Sacramento County, and I don't think the local people can do a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to address the board at this time? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Mr. Natoli?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank our staff for their follow-through with regards to, as requested, and certainly this board supported in our February discussion, the posing the question to folks and doing it in a way that obviously tried to reach as many folks with notice and certainly with some lead time to respond. I was going to say, too, I'm very respectful of that process, and there have been obviously other pieces of information that have been submitted as a part of what we've all received here leading up to today's discussion. And I think one thing is apparent to me, and I'll get to the bylaws in just a second, is that there's a fairly deep division within this community. It's reflected in the vote. It's reflected in comments, I think, that folks have received, my colleagues, both written and potentially by phone. But I think that there's still a common theme here. People want good for that community. They recognize the significance, certainly culturally, historically, the viability of its everyday daily life in the town of Locke, and something I think that was very, very important to this board and has been since the times when we entertained what we could do to support its physical infrastructure, i.e. With the reuniting of the land with the buildings that had been a part of the I think, historical scar on Locke. This board, it's certainly working with the Housing Redevelopment Agency at the time, and community members, property owners, and business owners, other cultural organizations within the county worked very, very hard. Many community meetings and certainly a good deal of input. And out of that came part of what we're talking about here today, and that was a design at the time to provide for self-governance with a cross-sectional representation of property owners, of business owners, of cultural organizations, and then the county of Sacramento and at the time state parks. Obviously, as people have spoken here to it today and in past meetings, it's been clear that some of those seats, there's no denying it, have either been vacated and or have stood vacant for a period of time. And again, I want to certainly compliment our staff. I know that Mr. Leonard and certainly Ms. Palmays on behalf of County Counsel's office have been of assistance in attempting to gather the information, certainly to take the input from the Management Association representatives that currently serve on the board, but also the townspeople and other community members. And it's kind of hard to believe, but it's been well over a year since we had 2 community forums. And obviously, we've had this on our agenda a couple of times since then. And so, as I reflected on this, certainly listening to today's testimony and recognizing, I think the good work, I never want to disavow that, the good work that's occurred over time, and some of the improvements to the town of Locke, and obviously the engagement by members of the community, that I am not prepared. I'll just say this in regard to basically sever the tie with the Management Association, at least at this juncture. And again, I respect in reflection in the vote that was, or at least the poll that was taken, the poll that was taken. But I think that the county has tremendous responsibility with the creation of this association. Obviously, having a seat there, it needs to be filled, and if this board agrees, then I'm prepared to make a nomination, bring it before this board, obviously, to fill that seat. But I think the deep divisions, as reflected in what we have here, some of those might not ever go away, but part of it is the transparency. It goes to, and again, I'm not a scholar of Davis Sterling, nor necessarily of the Brown Act, but I understand the Brown Act and its functions. And I think that's been an important part, because it's allowed for, as raucous as it may have been, as difficult as it may have been, it's allowed for public discussion and debate, and it has some requirements to go with it relative to posting and to noticing, and those have been challenged. And again, I would certainly want to recognize that, if we aren't experts in it, to expect community members to be expert in it is probably unrealistic expectation. But I think the general adherence to the Brown Act is important, and I know that Ms. Palmays pointed out at the last hearing that Davis Sterling has some similarity in its requirements. But I think that at this juncture, and it might be argued that at any point in time that it's pivotal that we do something or not. Again, this has been many months, if not a couple of years, in getting before us. And I guess one of the things that struck me today is that we can't unilaterally change the bylaws. I recognize that. I respect that. I think that having some discussion, and I'm certainly prepared to, again, if this board would like, to delve into a bit of the detail and to say some of the things I think that, at least from my perspective and from what I've heard from folks, probably would find favor with a good majority, if not a majority of the folks. But I think it is essential that the county's continued involvement via a standing seat. Again, I don't disagree it should be filled, and certainly take some responsibility with regards to that as the supervisor of the district. But I do think that some of the elements here that were built in relative to descendancy and ascendancy, I think had good intent behind them. May not have certainly played out the way that it was anticipated, and put certainly a fairly heavy burden and requirement on the LMA and its membership in order to accomplish those things. But I do think that as it relates to election of officers, as well as election to the board, or selection to the board as being proposed here for the terms, those are essential elements. And it goes to this self-governance. And again, there was no tried and true a recipe for how we were going to do this. And again, I think that it was certainly an honest and a solid attempt to do that, recognizing that maybe in reality it's been every bit as challenging as anyone could imagine. But I don't think that warrants the county's stepping away at this point in time. And again, that's one of the essential elements, obviously, to what the LMA and working through their community forum and their process has brought to us. And for that point alone, I would send this back to the LMA, recognizing it has to be initiated at that level. I think that it would be done certainly in good faith to continue conversations with the community, certainly with the LMA representation. It may be, again, with another detail element here, that the community organizations, the cultural organizations that were reflected as part of that if that's handled by one representative versus three, then that may be acceptable as well. Obviously, state parks made it clear a long time ago they weren't going to serve in that capacity. So I think that some restructuring is probably very appropriate, but I also think it's appropriate at this time. And again, that might be against even some of the legal advice we receive, that the county created this, that we stay engaged and involved. And obviously, it's required a lot of staff time thus far, but I think with the divisions that are there, I don't know that those are going to be healed by anything that this board would do, either through an appointment or otherwise. But I do think that us maintaining that connectivity is very, very important at this juncture. And again, it's not inappropriate that we have this discussion. But I do think there were a lot of, as one of the speakers referenced, there were a lot of public dollars that went into the infrastructure, as well as to, I think some of the improvements have gone on there. It's complemented obviously by some of the private investment and some of the nonprofit investment that's been brought to the town. But I know, and you as board members, and I've heard from folks, again, some of the things that Ms. Mandel spoke to, that this, need to maintain, the sidewalk areas, some of the common areas, and the challenge is presented by having a fairly small pool of folks by which to draw the assessments from to accomplish that. And then in light of other things that have taxed their abilities as it relates to the use of the monies that they do collect. But there is a structure that I think can and should function, and it may be that in sending this back, that again, certainly respecting the association and the membership and the poll as we received it, but the conclusion I draw is that there is still a deep division, and that the county should maintain its connectivity to this association and keep the Brown Act coverage that has been in place from the get-go, and that structure and what it means to certainly to open meetings and to the transactions that are part of the Management Association's responsibilities. And so with that in mind, and again, if you want me to bore in some more detail, I can, but I think we should today not approve what's before us, and particularly in light of the county seat, but with some suggestions as to Brown Act and such. And that's my view at this point, and I'm prepared to make a motion at some point in the conversation here.
So before I could, Supervisor Frost, Supervisor Natoli, are you asking for this to be voted down today, or are you asking for a continuance, most likely?
Well, as the way it was presented by Mr. Leonard was that it was either up or down. I'm prepared to send it back to the association. I don't want to be harsh in that, just saying that, it's outright reject everything that's before us, because there are elements, as I spoke to briefly, Mr. Chair, that I think are acceptable. They certainly reflect, the process, and are not areas that I've heard, at least to this juncture, contest over. There are other elements that some of which I spoke to, which are, and I think in that light, if it's totally an up or down, and maybe Tracy, you can weigh in, then I don't know, we have anything, I guess we can continue it and ask them to, without just saying it, that we reject it, and ask them to do some more work on it. That way we retain it here. So,
County Council.
Thank you, Chair Kennedy. It is an up or down vote. It is either accept and pass or reject, and then it would go back. The rules would remain as they are now. The bylaws would remain as they are now. It is really that simple.
Okay.
It cannot be, if you continue it, I'm not sure what that discussion will entail or what you'll gain from that.
Well, I don't know that it would entail any different discussion than if it goes down and we have to come, and we're, as Supervisor, we're not back to the drawing board, but we're...
If it goes down, the bylaws remain as they are. The county would remain part of the board. The bylaws would remain as they are now, not amended. And they would have to start all over again if they want to try to amend the bylaws.
Could we not remand it back to them?
You can make suggestions, certainly.
Yeah.
By rejecting, on the up or down vote, by rejecting it, that is in effect a remand to them. It does go back to them, and then it is up to that body to make a decision on where they move next.
Okay, I understand. Supervisor Frost, if you don't mind indulging me for 1 minute.
No, sure.
Thank you. I guess I was prepared to come here and support this for a number of reasons. One is, we've heard it so many times, and so much time has been put into it. But out of respect to the supervisor who represents the district and is most familiar with it in the area, I am prepared to let this go another iteration. But what I would really, really hope that we don't see is that, if this comes back to this board, I'm voting next time. This is just getting, in my mind, it's ludicrous that this is dragging on and on and on. And what I would ask of my colleague, showing the adept ability to cut very difficult deals like in South Mather, where you had even more warring factions than you do here, I think, in many ways, and you crafted through community input and negotiations something that was palatable to all sides, and I commend you for that. So with those abilities, I hope that you will infuse yourself into this so that we don't have to have this drag on. I've only seen it for 5 years, any longer than it has to. Supervisor Frost.
If I could just respond to that. I'm certainly willing and have been, and again, I think we've taken different steps, and part of it was getting it to us, and we broke the foundation off at the last iteration of this. And so, again, I'm prepared to do that, to sit, and we'll sit in a very public setting and have that conversation, and again, certainly with respect to the LMA board, as well as the citizenry and the property owners, and to, look at what might be crafted. Again, it has to be a product of the LMA in order for us to act on it. That's, and that was kind of an interesting take on all this. But again, I am prepared to do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Supervisor Frost.
I have a question relating to the process, the process that we went through. I guess there were some postcards or a letter that was mailed out to all the community members, and there was a person who spoke publicly and stated that there were the number of communications that were sent out was far greater than the amount of residents, and it was sent out to people that were not appropriate to be voting members. I wondered if you could speak to that, because it sounds like the board was happy to make the changes based on the fact that a lot of those members on their board were not attending the meetings, and so they were having trouble getting a quorum, and having trouble with involvement with the board. But also, based on your report that you gave, and tell me if I misunderstood it, it sounded like the board was in favor and the community was in favor based on the voting that we received back. And so I can support what Supervisor Natoli wants, since it's his district, but I wonder if we're superseding a democratic process of sorts, that if we can actually do that.
Well, the poll that was done, as requested by the board, was purely advisory in nature. There was no legal requirement for that. It wasn't a defined part of any structured process. It was simply to poll or ask the question as to community, and in this case property owner support for the bylaw changes that had been prepared through the process that the LMA administered. Pure and simple. And so with that, we saw the response, as I mentioned, to 24 to 17, 24 in favor of the proposed bylaws as prepared by the LMA through a process that engaged with the community versus 17 that were opposed to that. And that is simply advisory to your board in your consideration of the bylaws. And so in regards to the numbers, I really can't comment on that. If just doing the simple math at the top, if you take 49 that were sent out, and then there were 4 that were with no confirmation received back by the board, the numbers start to line up. But I can't speak to the specifics. I haven't had the opportunity to understand Ms. Esch's analysis versus what we did.
But this is a private management association.
That's correct.
And they voted to change their bylaws, but I guess because we've been involved over time and we were part of the original formation, we have to approve everything this private management association does.
That's correct, because the Board of Supervisors acted to create those first bylaws back in 2003. And those first bylaws did include a protocol or a process for if at any point in the future that body, either the Lock Management Association or the Lock Foundation, wanted to change their bylaws, if certain changes were to be proposed, those bylaws, which were approved by the board in 2003, said that those bodies would have to come back to the board for the board to conduct a hearing and approve the change in bylaws. So that's essentially what's happening, what has been happening.
And what was the vote on the board again? I'm sorry. For the change of the bylaws, was it a unanimous?
17.
No, the board, the 9-person board.
Yeah, maybe.
It was unanimous that the board wanted to change it? Yes. Okay.
Russell, why don't you come to that?
There is much intentional confusion about this issue, and it's really hard to watch it.
I'm confused. I'm sorry.
I know you are,
Thank
and I
you.
understand why you are. There are 50 buildings. That's why there are 50 votes, and that's why, no doubt, they sent out 50 polls. But of those, I believe there are 32 owners of those buildings. So really, 1, 2, 3 people could constitute 15 votes. There are people that own 5 buildings.
I got it.
So that's what confuses the vote. It's just very hard. I sat down in 2003 with Don Natoli and told him in his office that this was created, wouldn't work. And we sat there for an hour, went back and forth, because I could see what was happening. It's unwieldy, 13 people, it doesn't work. And what's happening now is one person is creating the narrative for this town. One person, and that's what we've been involved with. The SPA was changed because of this one person. We're here because of this one person. We're in court because of this one person. All the legal filings, we've been 5 lawsuits because of one person. So this is one person. This entire room right now is being consumed. Our time. You have any idea how much time? I mean, I have to dress, change, come here. I mean, I'm doing this for free. You guys are paid, okay? So one person has created it. So I'm really looking forward to having a private board governed by Davis Sterling that we can bring our members in and not be intimidated by social media with this man here. This man has come to every meeting and photographs us. I once stood there with 3 cameras on me. I'm in a little box in lock with 3 cameras, video cameras. Every word I'm saying, like now. This will be posted tonight, and I don't know what the heading. He usually videotapes us, and nothing controversial happens at the meeting, and the heading will be, the board, LMA board does something nefarious. We are intimidated.
I think you've answered.
Okay, so you get what we want. And I don't know why Don is not on our side. I do not know. And the people that spoke today, we don't talk to. They don't come to meetings.
Okay.
They have their own life.
I think
Sorry.
you made your point. Thank you.
Yeah, I got my point made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll, for now, just sit back. I think Don is on everyone's side. He wants it to be equitable. That's the impression what I know about Supervisor Natoli. So I'll defer to the next person.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I have been on this board since 2005, and this has been an issue since then. And we have had meeting at the Board of Supervisors, not all the meetings that the two organizations have, meeting after meeting, people screaming at each other. And I think the process was flawed when the 2003 action was taken in good faith, but it just set the scenario for people to be mad at each other. And I think we've heard about it enough. And I think also until the organization goes on its own and doesn't have the Board of Supervisors to run to, which delays everything and confuses it. Obviously, some people, the stories are so different, someone is not telling the truth. And I think once you're on your own, you would be able to figure this out. We had a vote of the landowners. Someone mentioned tenants didn't get to vote. Well, tenants don't vote because it's landowners that get to vote on something like this. It was 24-17. To me, that's a clear majority, and I would move to approve this proposed Lock Management Association bylaw change.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'd like to hear Supervisor
Well, you can second the motion if you like, and just, we have a motion on the floor. We need either a second or it dies by lack of second. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah. Well, I certainly appreciate the sentiments of all my colleagues, and this isn't a matter of taking sides. I'm very concerned about the future of Locke. Locke has been here long before anybody in this room was, for the most part, born, if not in totality. And secondly, it'll be there a long time after I've left this board and probably passed on. But I think my concern is that if we're going to exit, because what this vote equates to today, if in fact we took up Supervisor Peters' motion, then we basically, the LMA is telling us, you're out, and then we say we want to be out. If that's what we want, then we certainly can choose to do that. But we've been all in for a long time. Now, the day-to-day irritation and friction and what goes on in the meetings and so forth, I get it. That wears on people, and whether it's people in this room or others that aren't here, and it certainly wears on my colleagues, as we've heard this many times over the years. Bottom line, though, is Locke is a very important place. It's a place where people live, where they work, business enterprises. We have artists. We have folks who are very talented, who are very creative. And it has a very, very important place in our history, in our culture, and certainly in the day-to-day life of the Delta. And some of the very same folks here that maybe don't agree about Locke have appeared, though, at hearings when the Delta's been threatened or when Locke's been threatened. And so there is that commonality. And I think in the spirit of that, the reason why, again, it's not hesitancy as much as it is, I at least my take, having been with this for the years that I have, it's not a matter of taking sides and somebody wins, loses, because a lot of times that's what's happened down here. Well, we went to the board and, they were on our side, or we went there and they weren't on our side. I think this is about certainly being, to your point, Supervisor Frost, trying to be equitable, recognizing that the situation is strained and, people aren't going to like each other because of something we do or don't do at this board. But I think certainly the challenge in a very diplomatic way that the chair issued, I'm willing to sit with folks, and we had 2 community sessions in which we heard from folks, and some of those folks were very pointed in their concerns about not only what the LMA may or may not have done, but also the county's responsibilities. Again, even without this, we still have responsibilities. It's an important town, and all the rules apply to this town as it does to other communities in the unincorporated area. And so with that, again, just not to belabor it, it's not because I don't appreciate the good work, and again, I'm certainly respectful of people's views through their LMA board as well as through the poll that was taken, but that, nonetheless, In representative government, that's what this is. And as a representative, people can all disagree with me. But I still think, from the standpoint of what this county has invested, what we've asserted in document after document, what we believe in for the long-term viability of this community, it's important that if, in fact, we're going to dislodge ourselves and leave the scene and let it to the association in a more private setting under another guidance in the law to do their thing, that we do that in a way that is clearly understood by all. And again, I'm just not prepared today to say that we're just going to, by a single vote, because this would be the last time we'd have to hear it, because we're done. Basically what they presented, they're saying that's what we want you out. Not because they don't like us, but they want to go in a different direction. I respect that's the view of many of the folks, but it's not, I still think there's division in this town relative to that, and that hopefully the county maybe bring to bear, at least in reflection of what might come before us at a future date, something that would be more palatable to a greater number of folks in Locke. Maybe not, but I'm willing to give that some more time. In the meantime, we can live under what we have and recognize there are vacated seats, but they were talking about 9 versus 9 anyway. We can set this for a time to come back to us in midsummer if you'd like, so there's a time frame on it, Mr. Chair, if you'd like. I'm willing to go to work on it, ASAP.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. For the benefit of the supervisors who have been here less time, I would point out that, Don, you had an appointee, your chief of staff was on this board for 8 or 9 years,
right.
And it made no difference. What, to me, having the Board of Supervisors involved, or the county, is that it's a great way for dissidents to say, oh, can't do anything, you got to go to the county, you got to have an issue, you got to get on the agenda. It takes 9 months by the time they agree to get to do all of that. I'm just making up 9 months, but I know it's a long time. And I think having the county on this board is something that creates more problems than less, because it's a delay tactic by those who don't want to settle on an answer. That's why I think that we should be off. And, pretty clear to me, the community voted on it, and I believe in that process, as you mentioned. So that's where I am.
Supervisor Frost.
My issue is that the board is representing the homeowners in a private homeowners association. And so they were voted into that position, and they, during their conduct of business, voted the changes to the bylaws, and it seems like it was clear that they wanted those changes. And I'm not sure it's our job as a government entity, a public entity, to participate in a private homeowners association anyway. I wonder how we got there in the first place. And I can understand what Supervisor Peters is saying regarding, it just creates one more level of, where people can go and delay things, and there can be added problems. This is hard because I sympathize with Supervisor Natoli, who has compassion for a community that's obviously struggling. But I also am not sure it's our place as a public entity to supersede what that homeowners association board has voted upon. I know we have to approve it. I just think it would be better if it was just completely private and we were out of it. And it doesn't look like delaying it has got us anywhere. We've spent a lot of time and resources trying to fix this over time. So my inclination is to support staff's recommendation and support what the Homeowners Association is asking us to approve, which is the change to their bylaws.
Is that a motion, Supervisor Frost?
I can if you want to make the same motion again, I can second it, or I can make the motion. And
Okay.
I don't think it's going to carry. But
Yeah, right.
It's not going to go anywhere.
I'd move we approve the staff recommendation, items 1 through 4.
Second.
Okay, I will say for myself, as I think it's clear what I said earlier, but I will tell you, if this comes back and we're in the same place, my patience is gone. And I would expect that it would be worked out among the parties. Otherwise, I will have a different tone the next time we hear this. But I am willing to and would be interested in seeing Supervisor Natoli have an opportunity to fix this once and for all. And so I won't be supporting the motion at this time. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the motion fails.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yes. Then I would offer a motion that we reject the proposed bylaws, or I would soften that to say to remand it back to the LMA, if we can do that. I don't know, again, but if it's not, I see that, so then we reject it, send it back to the LMA, and continue to work on the issue.
And I don't...
Do we need it? Do we need to do this?
You don't
Since
need
the
to?
motion
No,
failed?
but I do want to give us direction to staff, though, that were to happen, and that I would like it sooner rather than later to get this off of our plate once and for all.
So the nature of the question I'm asking, I want to make sure I'm clear. The way I'm envisioning this is between LMA, the work with Supervisor Natoli. I wasn't envisioning we were involved in this process going forward. They have their grievances. They need to work it out. Supervisor Natoli's going to help them to come to some closure.
Right.
I wasn't anticipating county council or staff from our office involved in that. I just want to clear my...
My intention, and Supervisor Natoli can clarify, my intention was exactly what you said. I mean, clearly, county council is going to have a role in anything that comes before us. But as far as this portion goes, this is a role that is between the people of Locke and their supervisor.
Sure.
And when they're ready, we'll agendize, and then our process will kick in.
And I'm just hoping that it'll be sooner rather than later.
And I think it's going to be important because if we have a town meeting, I mean, the supervisor can have a town meeting, but if there's a majority of the folks from the LA present, then they're going to need to post it for a meeting, and we'll have that conversation.
No, we will assist with all that.
Right.
I just want to, I think, belaboring the point, we're not going to be the peacemakers. I think we've tried this. They need to work this out amongst themselves.
I hear you. Supervisor
Okay,
Frost?
so if they vote it out amongst themselves, then it comes back to us to join in?
I think what we will envision is that whatever resolution comes, we'll present it back to the board, working with Supervisor Natoli, and at that point, the board can vote yes or no on what you want.
After they take an action?
After they take an action.
Okay.
Supervisor Frost?
I have a question for county council, and that would be, do we, as a public entity, have liability on a board where there's one person in town suing them over and over? Is there liability associated with that?
On this particular case, I don't have an answer for you, but I will research it for you.
Well, they said there was one person that keeps suing them, and
Which I'm
we're on
aware
the
of.
board.
Right, and I know that their board is liable. As it stands right now, their bylaws have been rejected, so we're back to, their amended bylaws have been rejected. So we're back to where we were, where we now have a member, we don't have somebody seated, but there is a member representing the County of Sacramento on the LMA board. Whether that particular, on behalf of the county, that person brings liability to the county if they're sued. I know they were sued at something. I know June is here and can speak to this, but we had legal representation that was able to get the county out of that lawsuit, but I'll let Ms. Powles-Mays address that.
Thank you, June Powles-Mays, County Council. That has definitely been a concern from our office because there is such acrimony and there is a history of litigation by property owners and against the Management Association Board. The recent litigation that has been referenced named and did include the Board of Supervisors as defendants. However, our council was able to negotiate an agreement with the plaintiff, and the county was dismissed from that lawsuit. The previous lawsuit did not name or include the County of Sacramento.
But when they're naming the board, if we're on the board, they're naming us too. Is that correct? Or just that individual on the board?
It depends. If we have a seated board member, a seated board-appointed member, then there may be some liability that attaches. It just depends on the situation. But there certainly is the potential for that to happen.
That's a concern for me as well.
Okay. We're good?
We're good? Got it?
Item 59 is the public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for Castleman South subdivision within Zone 1 of County Service Area Number 1.
Okay,
Good
we'll hear
afternoon,
a brief staff presentation, open the public hearing, close the public hearing, and then we will tabulate the votes.
Correct. Oh, was that my presentation, or?
You go ahead.
Pretty much.
Thank you.
Get us back on time.
Okay, no, but yeah, it sounds good to me. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Dorothy Kodani, and I'm a senior civil engineer with the County Engineering Division. And I am here to present the item, as you said, for the public hearing for the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the Castleman South subdivision within Zone 1 of County Service Area 1. The Castleman South subdivision is located 3,300 feet south of Gerber Road and 2,500 feet west of Elk Grove Florin Road. It consists of 90 residential subdivision lots. A request was submitted to initiate the benefit category change for CSA 1, which provides street and safety light services, and so the proposed change would change it from the street and safety light residential category and to the enhanced street and safety light residential category. Notices and 3 ballots were mailed to the property owners on February 22nd, and the 3 ballots were one for each of the parcels, the original parcels that comprise the subdivision. So if there are no questions from the board, we just recommend the first 3 actions listed on the board letter, which Supervisor Kennedy listed.
Any questions? All right, we will open up the public hearing. Is there any member of the public that would like to address the board at this time on this item? Seeing, hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Did you want me to explain what was going on with the ballots, or? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to open the ballot
Drum
this
roll.
time. So this is the legal owner, SPE Sacramento Antelope LLC, site address of 8135 Watt Avenue, voting in favor.
Flo, is that the same one?
I was directed to open these 4 ballots, and so this is what's in the ballot.
Doesn't sound like the right owners.
This was what was given to me.
Could you list the parcel number again?
203-0050-057.
What does it say at the
Okay, seeing as there's legal consequence involved here, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess and let you all work it out.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Did you know that there was a new state law as of the first of the year that allows street vendors to leave their pop-up tents up? Only if they're blocking the sidewalk. Do they have to leave cell phone? I don't know, don't you think there are more important things for them to be doing?
Right.
Sacramento County Board of Supervisors back to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisors Frost? Here. Natoli? Peters? Kennedy?
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, we're back.
Thank you. We've discussed it with the clerk, and she's ready to read off the new ballots, or the ballots that have been opened.
Madam Clerk.
We have the legal owner Harinder and Saran Jal at 8730 Castleman Road voting in favor. We have the legal owner Harinder Jal and Mandeep Kaur, 8698 Castleman Road voting in favor. And the legal owner Surjit and Satpal Jal at 8680 Castleman Road voting in favor.
That's good news. Thank you. So therefore, with that, we recommend, since there is no majority protest, that the board adopt the attached resolution to approve the benefit category change and the confirmed levy of increased service charges.
Move to approve. Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 60, approve the update of the 2018 Sacramento County Transportation Development Fee Program, Nexus Analysis and Fees. Approve the Memorandum of Understanding between Regional Transit and the county. Introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 16.87 of Sacramento County Code, waive full reading, and continue to April 23rd for adoption.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Schuman with the Department of Transportation, and I have a PowerPoint that I will go through as quickly as I can this afternoon. So this is our second hearing on the update to the Sacramento County Transportation Development Fee, also known as the SCTDF, because it's only 5 syllables long. We were before your board back in December with a workshop on the SCTDF update. That's where we provided some background and some details on the update itself, as well as its nexus analysis, including land development and growth assumptions, the traffic modeling methodology behind the SCTDF, the projects to be funded by the program, as well as the methodologies for determining the costs of those projects, and the proposed changes to the fees, including their changes from the current fee program. So today we're back to request your approval of the SCTDF update, the Nexus study, and the updated fee schedules. We're also requesting your approval of a memorandum of understanding with Sacramento Regional Transit to implement the new transit impact fee, and then also to introduce an ordinance that will amend Chapter 16.87 of the county code to implement the updated SCTDF. Just a real quick background here. The current SCTDF currently in effect is based on a comprehensive update that was completed back in 2009. We did a revision to that in 2010. Normally, we would be looking to review and update the fees on a 5-year cycle. We were a few years behind that, mainly because of the slow economy that immediately followed the update of the 2009 version. This update is based on the general plan update that was approved in 2011, the approval and advancement of several new development specific and master plan areas, and then also the significant increase in construction costs that have occurred since the last fee update. So this update proposes to fund about $3 billion in roadway, transit, and bicycle and pedestrian improvements that are needed to support new development through about year 2050. This is just a listing of the roadway improvements that are funded by the SCTDF, and including both the current program as well as continuing into the updated program. These are generally the same types of improvements as currently funded, other than the transit portion of it, which is changing a bit this year from the current fee. The fee update includes transit capital improvements, acquisitions that will be carried out by SAC-RT, such as high bus corridors, new bus purchases, light rail improvements, and the new bus maintenance facility. So this update is actually proposing to establish a separate transit impact fee that would be collected at the same time that the roadway portion of the SCTDF is collected, which is when we issue building permits. And then a separate fund would be set up for the fee revenues from the transit impact fee that would be then dispersed to SAC-RT so that they can expend the funds. With SAC-RT, we've developed a memorandum of understanding to implement and to manage the transit impact fee, in addition to providing for the transfer of the fees from the county to RT. There are certain requirements about expending the funds on improvements that were part of this SCTDF update. And then there's also certain accounting and reporting requirements that RT is required to follow. The MOU, along with the Nexus study and the transit impact fee, were approved by the SAC-RT Board of Directors back in January, on January 14th. Oops, back up a bit. So I want to go over some of the changes in the fees that have occurred since the workshop. So at the workshop, we presented a fee schedule as well as a list of fees per dwelling unit equivalent in each of the 6 fee districts, and we've made a number of changes to those since that time. These are based on input that we received from your board at the December workshop, some additional input that we've received from stakeholders since that time, as well as some needed revisions that we've identified just as in the process of finalizing the fee update. So we've added several new projects. This includes a grade separation of Waterman Road at the Central California Traction Railroad. This is needed in order to maintain continuity on Waterman Road as well as maintain circulation through the Vineyard community. We've also added 2 new rural road projects on Wilton Road and Alta Mesa Road, which we determined that meet the traffic threshold in order to be included for those improvements. Also with the rural roads, we went back and reassessed the out-of-county and city trips that use rural roads, in other words, the through trips on rural roads, and determined that those were at a higher level than previously assumed, meaning that the unincorporated area development share of that goes down. And this has the most impact on Fee District 5 because most of the rural road projects are located within Fee District 5. Another key change has been we are now recommending funding the full cost of internal roadways in the SCTDF. Internal roadways are those roads that are part of a development specific plan or master plan area that primarily serve those areas. So basically, their internal road is assumed to carry 90% or more of traffic that is generated by that associated development area. In the SCTDF, there's 12 internal road projects that total about $143 million. The prior version that we presented back in December only assumed we were going to include the regional portion. That would be those that are not not funded directly by the development, and that the bulk of the cost would be carried by the associated plan areas through either their own plan area fee programs or through their direct financing of these facilities. So we've received requests from multiple developers to include the full cost in the SCTDF. The main proponents of this have been in Fee District 3. This is the Easton Glenboro development and the Cordova Hills development. And it's critical to them and has the most impact on them because about 2/3 of the internal roads, or about $90 million worth, are within those 2 plan areas. So the result, the net effect of this is that For those fee districts that include an internal road or one or more internal roads, there has been a moderate increase in the fees to cover those. Fee District 3, which includes East Glenboro and Cordova Hills, has a significant increase due to the fact that most of the roads are in there. And yes.
Interrupt you there, Director Peters. I'm sorry, Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. Dan, as I was looking at your slide, something came up that I have forgotten to ask you several times. When you look at the full cost for internal roadways, is that just to build it once, or do you put in money for when the utilities come through and the water district comes through and the you name it comes through and tears up the road? Is there any reserve for those?
No, this is, these fees will build the facility in order to accommodate the traffic from new development. So it's only the one-time construction of, and this is constructing out to a general plan full configuration of the roadway. But these fees do not cover ongoing maintenance or rehabilitation. We have been looking in some of the new plan areas to setting up more assessment-based type of funding programs through a CFD or a CSA, where there would be an ongoing source of funds coming in for that purpose. And those have been, we're setting those up through development agreements. For instance, the development agreements that have been in the works for the Cordova Hills development has included in it a component for ongoing maintenance. So this is...
So I lost part of that there. So what you're saying is all new developments have a CSD or a something to collect money for road maintenance?
The existing plan areas, you know, the ones that are actually implemented in building now don't have such a thing, but we are implementing those in some.
So we don't have it yet, but you're working on it?
We're working on that with, yes. So with Cordova Hills, with as we advance the Elverta and the Jackson corridor developments, we're looking to establish those kinds of funding mechanisms for ongoing maintenance. But this is not the vehicle for that, because we have to have the nexus with growth for this.
How long is it going to take you to get back to us on that?
Well, they're coming in with, as these plan areas come in, as they're implemented. So as we come in with their finance plans, with their development agreements, I think we'll be hearing as we come forward with some of the new Jackson corridor developments.
Oh, so not until the developments that come in under a DA?
Yeah, they'll be coming in kind of on a case, on a development by development basis. Yeah, yeah.
And Ron Picari with the Department of Transportation. The reason in the SCTDF program, because it's a one-time fee, it's difficult to capture those things that are continue every so often. And so you will see those now as part of the developments as they come forward, but it won't be in the SCTDF fee because of what Dan mentioned as far as the nexus is concerned and the fact that they're a one-time fee, and it's the only time that you could capture those fees.
Thank you.
Okay. And then finally, another change from the December timeframe was we have now included a inflationary adjustment, which basically brings the fees from, this is in order to bring the fees in line with the current construction costs. The fees that were represented before and are in the Nexus study are based on 2017 construction estimates. We had been presenting only those numbers before because the data that we get from the Caltrans construction cost index was not yet available. And with this continuance from March to today, we're now able to include that because that's when that information becomes available. So we're now adding in an inflationary factor, which is actually 6.4% from 2017 to 2018 in the fees that are being presented to you for approval today. One of the things that does is it makes it unnecessary for us to do a off-cycle annual adjustment, which we were going to be doing this summer under the previous structure of fees. Normally, we do these annual adjustments in March, but we were going to need to do one earlier because we needed to bring the fees in line with the current cost. So we have taken that provision out of the ordinance now, and the next adjustment won't occur until next year in the same March timeframe. And this is a table that just summarizes the cost changes since the December 11th workshop that I just went over. Generally, the fee changes range from a reduction of about $1,846 per dwelling unit equivalent in Fee District 5, and that's thanks to the change in the assumptions for trips on rural roads, up to a high of $5,739 per DUE in District 3, which is due to the internal roads, since most of the internal roads fall in the Glenboro and Cordova Hills plan areas. Also before you today is the updated fee schedules. These are actually an attachment to the board package, so it's showing all the fees for all the different land use categories in each district. The updated fee schedule reflects new project costs. We've added 4 new land use categories: extended stay hotels, mini warehouses, high cube industrial facilities, and commercial ag buildings. And these have been added simply based on our experience in managing the SCTDF. These are categories that do come in often enough for permits that it justified creating their own fee category. For the ag buildings, we've created a fee that is a lower fee to be able to deal with these typically low trip generating uses. But we're also going to continue to look at building permits for ag buildings on a case-by-case basis, because there are a lot of cases where what's being constructed, even though it's subject to a building permit, it's not appropriate to assess a fee because they're not generating any new traffic. We've made an adjustment to how we fee private schools. Presently, we do it on a number of students basis. We're changing that to building square footage, like most of the other non-residential fee categories. And this is because it's very difficult to accurately track the growth in students after a building is constructed. The fees include overlaps for the 4 existing plan area fees, and I'll get to that in just a second. And then also include the inflationary adjustment that I just mentioned. And this table is just a copy of Exhibit 1 to the board package, and this is really the summary of fees for dwelling unit equipment in each fee district, kind of broken down by type of improvement, as well as by transit and also the administrative fee. And then this is a chart that is part of Exhibit 4 to your agenda package. And this is just a comparison of our proposed SCTDF rates with adjacent jurisdictions that have similar fee programs. One of the difficulties in comparing with other jurisdictions is really getting a true apples-to-apples comparison, because there's such variations between them. But in terms of the type and scope of improvements, these 4 jurisdictions are similar. This shows we're generally within similar ranges. The one bit of anomaly there is Elk Grove, who's a little bit lower, and the main reason for that is because the city of Elk Grove's fee does not fund outside travel lanes for road widening projects. That's left to the fronting developers, whereas in the SCTDF we fund all of the roadways. So that's probably the biggest reason for the difference between those. As I mentioned, the updated fee schedule reflects credits, which is a reduction in an SCTDF fee liability for those developments that are already paying into a plan area fee, and there's overlapping facilities between the SCTDF and the plan area fee. So we credit against the SCTDF and lower that fee to account for that overlap. And so the fee schedule includes a credit for those 4 plan areas, North Vineyard, Vineyard Mather, and Antelope, which have existing fee programs. And as new plan areas come online and implement their financing plans and their fee programs, a similar analysis of this overlap will be made, and a similar credit will be made against their SCTDF. So you'll see that next month when the special district groups brings the updates to the North Vineyard Station and the new fee program for the Florin Vineyard Community Plan. That will include an adjustment to the SCTDF as well. Again, before you today is an ordinance amending Chapter 1687 of the Code to implement this update. The amendments mostly include cleanup language and some new definitions, and this is really to address issues that have come up in our experience in managing the program, and just for clarifications. The ordinance will also implement the new transit impact fee. It reduces rates for building canopies, just to make some clarifications on building canopy construction. And it adds 2 new exemptions. One is for electrical vehicle charging stations, and the other is for certain agricultural buildings where we've determined that there's no trip generation. And then there's some additional provisions in the ordinance that allows for a review of ag building permits for trip generation. And our outreach on the SCTDF has continued since the December workshop. We have notified all the CPACs about the SCTD update and have provided them with the materials, information, and details on the update. We've also made presentations to both the RT Board of Directors as well as the Connector JPA Board of Directors, both in January. And then we've continued to have some meetings and correspondence with stakeholders in the development community, some of which has led to some of the changes that we are presenting today. One of the things that we're going to continue to do in the coming months with the development community is working with them to define the details for credits and reimbursements from the SCTDF. The county code does include general provisions for us to be able to provide credits to developers or reimbursement for those that actually build a SCTDF funded project, and it's their way of recovering what they pay to build that facility or getting a credit against their fees. We will be working with them to really kind of work on the details of credit agreements and provisions in the coming months, but it really has no bearing on what's being presented to you today. And then one other key issue that we want to address with the development stakeholders is the phasing of transportation mitigations and conditions. We really call those triggers, development triggers, and we've been working on several different methodologies for that over the years. As you may know, there have been different ways of attempting to keep the implementation of improvements on track with development as it occurs. And we're going to be working with the development community in the coming months to try to clarify that, as well as arrive at a methodology that works for both the county and doesn't burden individual developers with high costs. And so that concludes my presentation, and we can answer any questions. We also have John Long from DKS Associates, our consultant, who put pretty much all of this together, and we can answer any questions.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dan, for the presentation. Obviously, you boiled down many hundreds of pages into a fairly short and concise presentation. I wanted to first extend thanks for you and Mr. Vicari and Ms. Penrose and others for a review of the concerns that had been identified. In fact, today I got delayed to the board meeting and just got put over, but as relates to the discretion vested with the director on the applicability of fees as relates to agricultural buildings. And also, I think the work had been done previously to accommodate a commercial agricultural category. In one case, one example was the greenhouses that were on land that was already being used, but basically we're putting a cover over them, and how they equated, trying to find, you guys were finding lower fee categories. I think in that case you used a convalescent hospital as being the lowest fee, but yet how you would apply it. And so I think you now give flexibility certainly to the department and its discretion to fairly apply it, certainly recognizing any contribution of traffic that would have to be accounted for in the fee. So I want to thank you for that. Question I had was, you touched on it just in one of the last bullets, but I think it warrants maybe just a bit of further information for my colleagues on the board here. Is when you went to the Capital Southeast Connector JPA, and we got poked at just a little bit by some of my colleagues from the other jurisdictions as it relates to contributions in the call out for the connector road in our CIP, but also how funding was available and how funds would be generated. And it was a good discussion, and one I think ended up in a pretty good place. But I think it warrants, you have it in the staff report, but just as to the takeaway and things you'll be working on as it relates to some of the comments we received. And I think it was stressed about the flexibility, but also I think the certainty became kind of the other part of the bookend as it related to when certain aspects of that connector facility were to come on, when would the money be available, how would they know that, how, just a planning lead up that it takes in order to accomplish projects of that magnitude. So I don't know if you want to share, or Ron or somebody, but just briefly for a minute or so, because I think it's important, because it may come up at SDA at some point in time, and certainly at this board as we continue to look at our fee program and how we assimilate monies for projects that are, either being counted on and or in some sort of priority order.
Yeah, our position on this has been that rather than creating a set aside in the SCTDF for the connector like we do for the transit, was that we felt we could better serve the connector and certainly the SCTDF by treating it more like other SCTDF funded projects, where we look, and we do this annually through our Transportation Improvement Program Guide process, which will be actually coming to you in about a month from now, where we can kind of weigh the different priorities that we have that are within the SCTDF. It also enables us to, if we were to simply do a set aside in the SCTDF, if you look at current development rates, you might see a few $100,000s a year accumulating, and that's not going to get very far. Whereas when we deal with it more in the larger context of our CIP, we can start to commit higher levels of funds more in a timely manner with when those improvements are expected. So actually this, for the first year, in our tip, we're going to include, for the time being, it's kind of a placeholder, but because we don't have enough information as to the timing of improvements. But and in fact, in the CIP that was just before you earlier, it was part of that. So we are now starting to represent the connector with some commitments of the SCTF funds in that. And it makes it easier for us to plan and able to be looking at all of our priorities in addition to the connector, which we will continue to make a priority because it is active, it's a critical project, and we certainly are.
And it has various segments. I think that, it was pointed out at the time at the connector JPA that, the county stepped up pretty big time when it came to the White Rock Road improvements of a couple of, I guess it's been 5 years ago now since they were completed. And that was used as an example because the question was also posed because the south of 50, those development fees are being collected as to, with some of the current segments that are being contemplated out to the county line, to the El Dorado County line, as to, where those fees are going, how they would be allocated. And I think, again, Dan and Ron did a good job of explaining that. Again, sitting with our fellow electeds, though, there's some questions came back their way and certainly through me. Well, what about, if we're ready to go, for this segment, how are we going to know you have the money there? How do we plan for that? And so I think, one, putting it into CIP and beginning to frame it, and then also I think beginning to track with the JPA staff and with our fellow jurisdictions on those segments that, compete for dollars through other categories, but also where the county would then be a contributor to particular segments, most all the way along the connector itself. So I wanted to highlight that because I know that there were some pretty pointed questions, again, very respectful, but nonetheless, I think we attempted to answer them. Folks still see it a little bit differently, but I think at least we're making some progress. So I don't know, Ron, anything you wanted to add to what Dan said?
What you mentioned earlier about White Rock Road, that's a good example of what we use to show why we think it would be better served to treat it like all the other roadways in the SCTDF. White Rock Road was a $17 to $18 million project, of which we were able to leverage a few $1 million of SCTDF fees in order to be able to build a large project like that. In addition, another example that was given was that oftentimes it is the jurisdiction that delivers the project. And to give an example, that Camera Road in Elk Grove, in the segment that's in the Elk Grove segment, is being delivered by Elk Grove. City of Folsom's delivering that segment. So it's also important that the county sees that there's a high likelihood that the county would also be the one delivering the county segments. In addition to that, just to add one more thing that was spoken about at the meeting was that we would deliver it, the county. We also have developments that have development agreements and that are required to build portions of the segments that are involved in the connector. If our developments were to build a segment within that connector, we would then enter into a credit reimbursement agreement. We would have the money to reimburse our developers. And so there was multiple reasons why we felt, and I think, and at the end the board did not, the board supported that the county would have this in our fee program like all the other roadways.
Okay. Just one final question. And so with regards to the flexibility, and I know that as we've done individual fee districts, and you showed some of the reimbursables credits in some of those districts, but calling out for improvements, it's certainly anticipated in the CIP, but and certainly I know that Supervisor Kennedy, in the areas that we share in particular, that where you didn't contemplate the timing for a signal was going to be needed, and all of a sudden a traffic pattern emerged where it's becoming either an accident issue and or a congestion issue, and the ability then to have that flexibility, obviously with SCTDF being a contributor and kind of allowing some of their money around. So have you built in a fairly or have you maximized as much as possible within the law the flexibility to do that? And again, always keeping track of where money comes from so that it can properly be credited in those areas or returned. But that's important because, again, if experience has taught me one thing over the years on this board is that, you usually get it right 95% of the time, but that's 5% when we knew it was going to be something, but we didn't realize it was going to be that quick. And then, we're scrambling for dollars to do it. I think you've, added flexibility in those speed districts. But does this also have that ability too?
Yes.
That's, in fact, that was something we, I guess good word is corrected with the update back in 2009, because the older version of the development fee, everything collected in a district had to stay in a district, and it took a formal action, including coming before your board to move money between it, and that would sometimes become a budget approval task. So, but now we do have that ability to shift between the districts to put them where the needs are, and of course those are all well tracked. Each fee district has its own.
Right, you won't lose track, so somebody doesn't get, at the end of the day gets, shorted, but
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very good, thanks a lot.
Any other questions? Okay, I have no speaker slips on this. Is there a motion?
Move the item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
And these actually won't take effect until what, probably July timeframe, when they actually, with ordinances and so forth?
Yes, the ordinance will come back for your approval on April 23rd, and then it goes into effect 60 days after that. So it would be late June.
So if people want to get in, whatever, if it looked like it was a lesser fee, they got about 60 days to scramble to get it done, right?
For some of the fee categories.
Yeah, right.
There are some that it would be better to wait.
74 days?
74 days.
Now it's tracking it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Madam Clerk, for items 61 and 62, do we need a motion?
Yeah, we do. For 61, we need a motion to continue to 514. This is the North Vineyard Station Specific Plan Development Impact Fee Program 2019 update.
No move.
Second.
Please vote. It was
Unanimous.
seconded, by the way, by Supervisor Natoli.
Okay, unanimous vote with those members present. And then for item 62, a motion to continue to May 14th of Florin Vineyard Community Plan Development Impact Fee.
So move.
Second.
Unanimous vote with those members present. And then we have county executive comments
No comment.
and supervisor comments.
I do have an adjournment.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, with no comments, then Supervisor Natoli has an adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll take just a moment here to adjourn today, ask our board to adjourn today in memory of Bishop Francis Anthony Quinn, who passed away in late March 21st. I'll just read a little bit from the both the printed obituary and that was in the program, the Mass that was held a week ago Monday for him. He was the 7th bishop of the Catholic Diocese of Sacramento. He served from 1979 to 1993. As I mentioned earlier, he passed away on March 21st at the age of 97. He was ordained a priest in 1946, served in the San Francisco Archdiocese in several capacities before his ordination as the auxiliary bishop of San Francisco in 1978. And then it was a short time thereafter, in 1979, Bishop Quinn was selected to come to Sacramento. His Episcopal motto, and one which he lived, I believe, every day, and certainly his devotion to this community and to his ministry, was love God, love one another. And I think it really defined, as outlined in certainly some of the comments, the homily at his services, but his long life, certainly as a ordained priest and bishop, but his selfless ministry, many of those years spent, fortunately, here in our community. He was certainly acknowledged for his outreach. The Diocese of Sacramento includes 20 counties in Northern California, stretching from Sacramento all the way to the Oregon border. And his approach, which he showed compassion, humility, his dedication to people, and he was a very gifted communicator. He worked hard and I think strived very much so to understand and connect with those he came into contact with, and whether they were of his faith or not, he really, I think, sought out others to, I think, in search for insight on moral and social and political issues. I can remember a time back in the 80s when our surrounding area here around the board chambers, homeless were sleeping outside, and we're using facilities here and so forth. And it was a time when, obviously, a good deal of focus, both from the media but from the community. And I know that Bishop Quinn certainly ministered to those folks, and talked with them. But he also talked with members of the board of supervisors at the time, certainly with county staff, and trying to, find solutions that would meet their needs, but also recognize, obviously, some of the impacts on the general public when they were here. I would just note too that in many of his much of his time here in Sacramento, but certainly even upon his retirement, he didn't really retire from his dedicated ministry, and he went on. After 1993, for 13 years to serve a ministry with the Native Americans in the Tucson, Arizona area, and I know that at his services there were some Native tribes that were represented there to express their love and condolences to his family, and obviously to his priestly family as well. He returned to Sacramento in 2007 and resided for the remainder of his years at Mercy McMahon Terrace. where he was again renowned. There was an article about this time a year ago where he was ministering to his fellow residents. He leaves behind his brother Donnell, or he was actually predeceased by his brother Donnell and survived by his sister-in-law, Betty Quinn, and 2 nieces, numerous grandnephews, grandnieces, and their families. And I would just note, too, again, on another personal note, but that Supervisor Cerna, who obviously is absent here today because he's traveling out of state, but I know that he had a very close affinity with Bishop Quinn and visited him at least on a couple of occasions while he was there at Mercy McMahon Terrace. And I believe he was actually here when he was sworn in 2010 to his first term as Board of Supervisors, on the Board of Supervisors. So with that being said, certainly this community celebrates the life of a very wonderful person, someone who was committed to helping others, who I think really demonstrated servant leadership in his various roles, and his presence obviously will be missed, but he leaves a long legacy of service, and certainly we offer our prayers for his family. And again, I would ask our board adjourn in memory of Reverend Francis Anthony Quinn.
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, Bishop Quinn was a great human being, humanitarian, and Sacramentan. But before he was a Sacramentan, I will say that he, in the Bay Area, he was the fresh out of the seminary, new priest, my father's junior high school teacher.
Wow. Look at how the connections were.
There you have it. Wow. So with that, we will adjourn in the memory of Bishop Quinn.